Chat, everybody, please take a deep breath with me, okay? Sorry, the smoke fucking got me, bro. What is this hellscape we live in, man? What the fuck is this hellscape we are living in? Welcome in, chat. What up, Ursilian? What up, Boneless? What up, Marcy? What up, Prodigy? What up, Gang Gang? Fellini Fiend? Cheesy Bread? Aaron Schwartz? What's going on, everybody? How are we doing? I have been glued to my Twitter page today, watching everything as it unfolds. I just took a small nap and I woke up and fire is in my backyard. Basically, it's right near us now. We're still safe, but I mean, like, look at the pictures coming out of the Palisades. Just horrifying, chat. It is so sad. It is so sad. It is unbelievably sad. I've done multiple shoots in this area, like in my time living in LA, and it's beautiful. I mean, like, the Palisades were a very nice, beautiful area with like some cool architecture and the coffee shops that I would stop in as I was running around to do shoot stuff. Oh shit! Film the police just went offline. Oh no, is he still alive? Yeah, he's offline. So yeah, I mean, it's just horrible. So we got a lot to talk about with regards to all of this. I will keep you guys updated on the fire in Hollywood. That's a very new situation. But in general, I wanted to, kind of go through a bunch of stuff today, taking account of what we've lost. And then talking about how we got here. There's a lot about the city government that's led us to this place. A lot about capitalism that's led us to this place. This is a series of choices that has gotten us here. It's not simply one thing, it's a series of things. So this is the Sunset Fire over West Hollywood, which is very scary. I mean, these are incredibly populated areas. These are like very densely populated areas in Hollywood. I mean, obviously not even just densely populated, but like culturally significant, if we'll say that, I guess. Like, hopefully people are able to get out. The infrastructure for roads in Hollywood is not great. The 101 is like basically the only way out. If you're not taking these kind of like city streets, which are going to be slammed. I don't know how you fix that. It's a very scary situation, Jeff. Yeah, the Hollywood sign is like very close. Actually, I think Hollywood sign is like, yeah, it's like over here. So if it goes up jumps the Hollywood Highway, and then it goes up. I mean, there's like the Greek Theater over here. There's like the Hollywood Bowl over here. There's a lot of important cultural figures, and I mean, like, this is right next to the Hollywood Bowl is right here. Very nice, very beautiful theater. Like, I love the Hollywood Theater. Yeah, the Strip is right here. Like, it's scary, chat. What do the pink and red areas mean? The pink means it's a red flag warning, meaning like this is an area that they expect fires to happen in the valley here. And then the red areas are like immediate evacuation zones. So as you can see over here in Santa Monica, the Palisades fire has like spread over into Santa Monica. They extended it yesterday up to San Vicente, which is these two here. And then earlier today, they extended it into even more of Santa Monica, which is very scary. This is also an incredibly dense. We were worried all last night. That Santa Monica, that the fire would spread into Santa Monica, because this is just heavily dense, heavy density residential areas. But the same threat exists for this fire in Hollywood. This goes down here. Like this is just dense residential area right here, you know. For anybody, you know, for people who are asking, I'm still okay. Air quality has been asked today. I have a little bit of a headache. I might be a little bit low energy. Because the air quality even inside, I don't know if you guys saw my tweet. I have like so I worked on a job like a year or two ago where I shot like a commercial for here. I have like a dozen of these. I have like a dozen of these air quality monitors and like fire and smoke alarms, carbon monoxide alarms. Kitty. So they're like smart fire alarms, and I have so fucking many of them because I produced a commercial for them like a year ago. And so I've installed a bunch in my house, and so this is what I was getting this from. But this morning when I woke up, I checked it, and we're at 2,050 parts per billion, you know, which is like not good air quality. But I turned on an air filter, like a purifier, and brought it down to 400 like an hour later. Oh, here. This is like measurements I've taken in my apartment. These are measurements that I've taken in my apartment. 2K, yeah. And then I brought it down to like 400. So luckily that was kind of solved, but I still feel it. I still feel it a lot. Let's keep an eye on the Hollywood fire for just a bit, and then
that has grown.
Right there, guys, that is creating a huge amount of embers that are continuing to blow through here and continue.
But we'll keep an eye on this for a little bit, and then we will
How fast that wind is.
move on to like other convos about this. If this seems like it's been
dark there, but how close
stagnant for a little bit, you know.
Are you right now, Chris, when it comes to the flames?
Yeah, like Runyon Canyon is not far. We go hiking on Runyon Canyon all the time.
100 feet. If you live along Vista Street,
All the time.
If you live along Vista Street, there are house lights in the shot, and there is fire practically in the backyard.
Okay.
Right there, that's a new spot fire, literally in somebody's backyard, I think, as it continues to spot ahead of itself. 2 spot fires. You see that tree on the left and a new tree or shrub or whatever on fire now on the right. Again, the embers are continuing to create new fires, little by little by little.
And apparently this just started in like the last hour.
A headlight, or is that a city? That might be a house light. Okay, that's just a house light.
But they have been squiggles, but there's just not enough they can do, and the wind is so strong. The problem is that the wind is so strong that it dries everything out even more. So not only are we going through like a relative drought, we should have more rain than we are having right now. But the Santa Ana winds are incredibly strong. It's a worst case scenario, like freak conditions. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong right now.
All of a sudden, they're in a cloud of smoke.
Yeah, the Santa Ana winds. And also, this is going to be a long article. We're going to read it later tonight. But Mike Davis, the GOAT, rest in power, an LA historian, wrote this, the case for letting Malibu burn, which kind of goes into the reasons why these burns happen. So this is going to be a longer article, but we're going to read as much as we can later tonight. It's from The Ecology of Fear, Los Angeles and the Imagination of Disaster. So it's a snippet from this book. But I definitely want to read that later on tonight once we get a moment to breathe of relative, like, you know.
To the south up to Hollywood Boulevard. That's for now. If this neighborhood catches on fire, expect that to grow. I mean, if this becomes an urban fire in the middle of Hollywood, you know, God help us. But this evacuation area could...
How bad is it? It's really bad. Luckily, like, it's not into like I mean, it is in mass residential areas in the Palisades and Altadena. Like Altadena is really bad. It's really scary. This area up here, the Eaton fire, this is really bad. This is like a very like working class neighborhood. People who have been here for decades and decades. And in Pasadena, and like you know, these are tight-knit working class communities, a lot of immigrant communities, and a shitload of homes have been lost up and eaten. So this one's really bad. The Palisades is really bad as well. There's like entire neighborhoods. 70%, 75% of the Palisades neighborhoods has been burnt down, reportedly. I mean, and the scary thing is the threat, right? Like the potential and how 0% of these fires are controlled right now. None of these fires are controlled right now. There's nothing that the city can do. There's just like nothing. And if this fire were to go into Santa Monica or this fire were to go into Hollywood, we are looking at a very fucking serious and dire situation. I mean, even in Altadena, like it's already a very serious situation. Very, very bad. 5 people have died. Yeah.
This one street, I'm going to expand.
Evacuations along Hollywood Boulevard? Wait, I don't see any evacuations.
Origin 2300 Solar Drive. That could have been where somebody spotted it and reported it, or it could have been where it's.
I don't see any evacuations.
Solar Drive, okay? So now I'm going to kind of push out a little bit and give you a better idea. So this is the point of origin, and then we're showing this fire went all the way down this canyon, and now all of this is on fire. As Chris was just saying, Runyon Canyon is in trouble right over here. All of this is
fuck.
on fire.
The whole Runyon Canyon area. Oh, fuck. Wasn't Hassan saying that Will and Caroline live over here? Oh, no.
We're talking about as it continues to go in this direction south.
Oh, no. I'm safe right now, yeah. I'm not super close to this, but this is definitely closer than any of the other fires have gotten to.
For some reason, it started right there. Ellen, I'm going to throw it back to you.
All right,
yeah, I mean, everybody goes to Runyon.
Stay on the air here on KBC7 or ABC7 and not go to World News tonight with David Muir because of the nature of this breaking news. So you can stick around and we'll find out more about this fire that is rapidly growing. And so we want to keep a close eye on this, of course.
All right, Ellen, thanks.
Everybody goes to Runyon Canyon.
Top of our coverage digitally.
On the air until 7.
On the air until 7 o'clock as we continue. And let's throw it back over to Chris Christie with more as this fire continues to spread towards Runyon Canyon Drive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the further the fire continues to spread southward, so does that smoke, and you can already see it more and more by the minute. A lot of that thick black smoke now drifting right over the Hollywood area. This entire area is now being blanketed by.
Yeah, dude, like we have pets, and it's gonna be a.
Obviously, it is time to get out. If
cars are blocking all the roads, they can't leave. Yeah, that's the scariest part.
On the left side of your screen here, lots of traffic starting to build up there, and even on Franklin Avenue.
Are you going to be like, look at the roads? You can see. It's just gridlock.
Already trying to get out of here.
Look.
Some of it is passed through traffic. Some people use Franklin Avenue as a shortcut through Hollywood.
Trying can't get their car out of the garage. I don't know what to do.
Up and down Franklin
I honestly, yeah, I think you're cooked.
As folks try and flee away from this.
Like I don't know what to do.
Camino Palmero Street and
the roads are not going to be useful.
To this fire. Vista Street is the closest known residential street to this fire, and
this road is already gridlocked everywhere.
A little bit of a flare up.
Yeah.
On the other side as well. Go ahead and widen out for me, Lucas. Widen out and push into the top right-hand corner now.
Oh my God, it's so big already.
It's going to be the end of Carson Avenue, where I want to focus just for a second to see if there's any structures that are being threatened here. We're going to come around here. You can see some of the houses at the end of the neighborhood we've been talking about here. We're going to get a better glimpse as we come around the north side. So now we're on the north
this
side
is the Palisades, which burned
yesterday. Valley side over Mulholland
wiped
Drive,
out completely.
South
It's
fire
just really unbelievable to see the devastation here.
They're already calling it the most destructive in LA history.
That are still on fire, the businesses that have burned, the homes that have burned down, the apartment complexes, fire next to that.
It's reaching the top of the ridge line.
Yeah, Altadena's gone. I know, it's so sad.
Downhill, which is not
Altadena and the Palisades, chat, like these are cool neighborhoods. Like they're actually like not, you know, they're very nice places that a lot of people lived and enjoyed their lives in. And they're not just rich people either, chat. There's a lot of fucking poor people who are busting their asses every day to rent you know, spending 50 to 60 to 70% of their income.
Closer eye now. Look at it.
No, it's not even just rich people. There's so many working class people who live in these areas and are spending way more than they can afford because they love the area. They love the area. They love the wildlife. They love the hiking.
Show me the parcel.
It's so silly.
I want to get some addresses out there. It's going to be right behind Curson Avenue here along the 2000 block of Curson. You can see the home, 1984 Curson Avenue.
Yeah, that shit's so annoying.
Just feet away from the rear of that
It's
home.
actually so dumb.
Okay, so I've been able to isolate Curson Avenue here on our touchscreen.
When did this start? This Hollywood one started like an hour ago, I guess.
This is Curson.
If even
This is
that.
the street that Chris is talking about, and you can see all the sizable homes that are along Curson Avenue as the fire continues to creep towards these homes right here. These are the ones in imminent danger right now. But as that fire rolls in different directions, of course, there are other communities in danger as well. As you can see, highly populated. The further the
Oh my God,
fire
Jan.
goes down the canyon, the more homes that are going to be in trouble. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you as you watch this fires progress.
Yeah, we're going to continue to kind of wrap ourselves around this, watching it spot not only to the south now, but also spotting a little bit over towards the west. So we're going to keep an eye on Curson Avenue, but I think the focus here still remains on Hillside Avenue, Vista Street, and Franklin Avenue right there. That neighborhood on the right is now under threat by that fire on the left because the wind is blowing directly towards Franklin Avenue, right along Vista Street. Thankfully, up until now, we have not seen any structures on fire, and even if it is imminent, at least they have the luxury of getting more water on it sooner rather than later, and hopefully do something to impede the forward progress of this fire. But it is continuing to grow, continuing to spread, and continuing to spot ahead of itself based on these winds. And there's another water drop right there. LA City Fire, again, smothering this area with as many resources as possible. This is now the priority at the moment. Of course, they can multitask and they can address multiple emergencies at the same time, but it is a...
They updated the evac list again?
Yeah.
Already?
And
Oh man, this is moving so fast.
events that have occurred because we do want to
They moved it down to Sunset. So we're past Hollywood Boulevard. Oh
which
no.
homes are still going up in flames, Colleen. And
Oh my God. Oof.
situation over there as well, but this is highly important because we're dealing with a highly populous area.
Okay, that's actually really scary.
Very, very quickly.
This is getting close. A little too close for comfort.
And they're trying to get as many resources on that as possible.
Yeah, this is one of those areas that we know would be prone during these kind of storm events. But again, this area is so highly populated. I'm curious to see when we're going to start seeing that mass exodus trying to get down Laurel Canyon or in the Cahuenga neighborhood area where they have to get down because there's really only two arteries outside.
Yo, what up, Sean?
Area. They're going to have to go Laurel.
Yeah,
Canyon,
Sean, you're not too far from me either, bro.
to get to Cahuenga.
This is scary.
This is one of those areas that there are so many homes dotted along this area. This is exactly what none of these homeowners want to see. But again, at least it's right now in the brush. And we do know that LA County Fire, they have also been asked to join in this firefight. But again, you can see this. Thank goodness the winds seem like they're slightly calmed down compared to.
Yeah, I mean, Enrique, it's unfortunately, it is like a common, relatively common like instance in California. You know, these fires happen. This land is meant to burn. It's burned. It's part of the ecosystem. It's part of the ecology of this land. But the problem with this right now is how uncontrolled it is. It's how, you know, like the winds, like we're just dealing with freak conditions, right? Like where the Santa Ana winds and the winds that are happening right now make this like unbelievably impossible to control. And then also LA's like
Boulevard. So it's
LA's car-centric infrastructure is like causing situations like this, like you're seeing here, where it's just gridlock. People can't leave even if they want to. Even if they want to, nobody can leave. Look, all these cars are just turning around.
prevent access to the neighborhood. I encountered that last night when I was
Look
driving.
at all these fire trucks that are also stuck.
But right now, it looks like you see some traffic now. That's a good sign right there. Those are folks along Camino Palmero Street that are now fleeing the neighborhood. Those are evacuees coming down Camino Palmero Street from left to right there towards Hollywood Boulevard. Those are all folks. That street dead ends, and those folks are now coming away from the fire. So folks are definitely heeding the warnings. They're getting word of this, and they're getting out fast.
All right, Chris, we have, I hope we're prepared to do this, but we have isolated the evacuation zone and the area that we believe is in trouble right now. This is what the city fire department just told us when it comes to the evacuation zone. I'm going to leave it small right now just to show you the area.
Oh, man.
Hollywood Boulevard right here. Here are the canyons. What we're talking about now, I'm going to expand out. The color's going to go away so you can more clearly see the homes.
Is there any kind of best practice for managing traffic in this, or is the city just kind of winging it? I mean, I'm sure there is. I don't know it.
You see Runyon Canyon right here, Nichols Canyon right over here, Jupiter Drive and Hercules right over here. All of that, if you live in this area, you need to get out. Willow Glen, Carmen Crest, Cahuenga Boulevard, even parts of Cahuenga Boulevard are being evacuated, but the fire is heading in this direction towards Hollywood, this being Hollywood Boulevard.
God.
I'm going to expand out again.
They're saying that it's headed towards there. Oh, no.
That live and work right here.
Oh my God, that's so many fucking apartment buildings.
Protection right now, and trying to get as many people or units involved in this firefight as possible. Now, let me point this out because I'm getting some texts and emails as I'm going to shrink it a little bit.
Yeah,
this
Celtic,
is the
you're right.
fire area we're talking about. Now, if you live north, like towards the valley here, towards Toluca Lake, towards Burbank, you're okay because the fire is going in this direction. It's not going north. It's this area south of the fire that is in trouble. The hills right now of Hollywood and just south of the hills, that's the area that we're most concerned with right now as this firefight.
Like, I don't know how else to explain. I'm sorry for being like, if this is like flippant for people, but like, this is where the Oscars are filmed.
Is really, really helpful too.
This is where the stars are that you know of LA about, like the stars, you know, the strip, the Hollywood strip where the stars are. Like, I don't know how to tell you, like,
about living in the Hollywood Hills. You can see Hollywood Boulevard right there.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, the China Theater. Like this video on the left that they show here, that's where they're saying the fire is headed towards. This is like Hollywood. Yes. Studios are just south of that.
Evacuees trying to
you
get
know,
out as quickly as possible. I'm not sure how many people in this area decided to be proactive.
That's why I was like, I want to keep looking out. If Film the Police is live, I'd rather be watching him right now because he's going to be on the ground getting like really good reaction.
I know many of us have lived in these areas. A lot of us currently live in this area. It's very close to everything, and that's why this area is very congested.
People are desperate to get the hell out of here.
What are people supposed to do after a fire? I don't know. I mean, I hope you had renter's insurance. If you didn't have renter's insurance, I think you're just kind of like
part is, like I said, Santa Ana
out of luck.
Usually blows from inland out to the sea. That's why we get that hot, dry air. But the winds have shifted.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
blowing
everywhere.
It's been different directions. Actually, right now I'm going west a little bit, but it's been. It had been moving east. It's still moving east.
It sucks because I used to buy equipment insurance for all of my film equipment. Like, you know, I spent my entire career building up a kit of lighting and you know, camera and tripods and everything, and I didn't pay for it this year. I've been too broke. I've been struggling transitioning from the film industry to streaming.
They're completely jammed up.
also like, I don't know. I want to actually like kind of float this by you because I felt weird and I didn't obviously do it. You see me here now, but like I had a journalist friend who's been doing like on the ground reporting in Altadena and Pasadena, and I hit him up earlier tonight to see what he was doing, or earlier today just to check in on him. And he was like, "We're going out to Altadena to the Eaton fire in like 20 minutes. Do you want to come?" And I was like, "Oh, like damn, like should I like." Would it be valuable? Should I go there live and like document like? And I decided against it. It just felt like bad taste to go and like stream or something like, you know. But like being on the ground like that, I would have got like, it would have been huge. It would have been huge for the channel. Obviously, it would have been selfishly massive. But I just personally didn't feel like, well, I didn't feel good about it. It felt like bad taste. And also it didn't feel like it would be helping. And then I felt even better because I was listening to the press conferences and they were like, if you're not from Altadena, like do not come here. There's a lot of people coming just to look and that's very unhelpful. I was like, okay.
Hey, come on, you gotta make a right.
Go.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not here like looking for thank yous. I just wanted to like kind of think about it. Because I don't know.
Fuck, they're all stuck.
It's also like I'm not gonna be sticking my camera in people's faces and getting interviews and or some shit, you know? Like that's not right. Like I'm not the news.
See,
Everybody wanna get out? I didn't go in this building. I live in this building.
you're not gonna get in there. You're not gonna get in there. You're not gonna get in there. You're blocking everybody up. You're not getting in there, man.
What is he supposed to do, Will?
They must be doing water drops because I feel like drips of water splashing on me.
Yeah, oh, we'll have a Tyler Oliveira video from this in the next week. And he'll be interviewing Rick Caruso. Like, all of the worst people in LA are lining up to be on to be on Tyler Oliveira's YouTube video. You have to evac yet? No, not yet. I know exactly where he is right now, though.
This is the very front gate of Runyon.
Yeah. Yep.
It's an absolute traffic jam.
I mean, there's no... Yeah, it's gridlock. There's no movement. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, this is the exact area that... I don't know, for the record, chat, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is, like, the exact area that Will and Caroline live. My cousin and a few of his homies stayed behind at his parents' place in the middle of Eaton Canyon after the evacuation order came down. They put out a handful of fires that started in the house from embers falling. Other houses on their street have been burned to the foundations. I hope they're able to stay safe and get out if they need. All right, Will's feed is cutting in and out. Let's go back to ABC.
Sure. Did you live in that? Have you lived in that home very long?
Since 1997.
Oh, wow.
And this is the second time that we've had to evacuate. There was a small fire up above us years ago, but easily contained, nothing like this whatsoever.
Wow. Well, I'm sure there's a lifelong memories in that home. Hopefully you'll stay safe. Phil Mercado, thank you so much for talking to us. You've been a wealth of information.
Perfect. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Be
You
safe.
too. Danny Romero, meteorologist Danny Romero, is tracking the situation going on right now. And most importantly, Danny, those winds and how powerful they are, we need them to die down.
Yeah, well, you know, the good news is they eventually will. Right now, though, Dave, we got...
Bro, isn't ABC 7?
Our weather producer, Phil Wilburn, really keeping an eye on these things for us. So the Hollywood fire here, the one we're talking about right now. At the moment, we're seeing the wind still.
Isn't ABC 7 in Hollywood?
In the lower end of that 11, 10 miles per hour through the next few hours tonight.
Oh, they're in Glendale.
Knocking it down to single digits, 4, 2 miles per hour. These are those winds that come through, but those gusts that come up, those are the ones you really worry about. As Chrissy's been showing us, that fire can move.
Oh my God, Echo.
The gusts pick up, grab.
That's so horrible.
Them to other spots and start yet another fire. These spot fires that go.
I've never. I mean, thankfully, knock on wood. Like
around that area.
Thankfully, I've never had to deal with something like that. But I can't imagine
and then the gusts that show
the
up
pain.
in that 25-mile-per-hour range, and you can.
The sun might be picking up, Will and Caroline. I don't, dude. That's not gonna happen.
So there's that fire zone as we've been showing you. There's those winds.
Like, it's not that they don't have a ride. It's that the roads, yeah, you won't be able to get to them.
Towards the south and southwest, right towards that very.
It's the roads that are the problem.
That's why the major concern is this thing is essentially doubled in size. When Chris first found it was like 10 acres or so. Now I think we're pushing around that 20-acre range. So we're still seeing that. And then there again, the Palisades fire, same kind of.
The only hope for Los Angeles is trains. I don't think we can build trains
the winds are quite strong.
in the next few days or in the next hour, which is what we need. So no.
Very active and still very concerned. Hence that red flag warning in effect now until Friday in most spots. So David, Colleen, we're seeing more of this and we're tracking it continuously throughout.
If they had built trains a long time ago, we would be safer, but they hadn't. Actually, they did. The city used to have a shitload of streetcars and public transit, and the car industry, destroyed them all and rip up all the streetcars and removed all of them.
Yes. Yeah, cell phone service has been spotted in the hardest hit areas. We're on Franklin Avenue. If you know this area, you know this street gets particularly busy, but nothing quite like this. Because of the evacuations, this road is absolutely smacked with cars practically in every direction. As we were coming in from the Glendale area, you could barely get up the street here, and now you have all these cars heading out. And you could see why over my shoulder there. We're obviously on the ground level and looking up into Runyon Canyon. You could see the smoke, obviously, and the fire glow in the night sky right now. And obviously from this vantage point, a whole lot of people are seeing that and figuring out where to go from here. We actually spoke with a young man just maybe 2 minutes ago coming down the stairs of this apartment building here on Franklin with 2 suitcases and a couple backpacks, and he said, I got the evacuation and I just had to get out of here. He didn't even really have a plan from this point. Coming in, he just figured he needed to get away from here. Obviously, folks who've been watching for the last 2 days or so, seeing the Palisades, seeing Altadena, Pasadena, not really thinking, oh, we're in harm's way.
Yeah, I'm not even, for the record, chat, I'm not even in like the warning zone yet. I'm still pretty far away from all of this. Just so you know. Like I'm not in any warning zone, I'm not in any evac zone. I'm still relatively safe right now. Yeah, I'm safe in my mansion, and I have I have private firefighters.
For the folks who are grabbing their luggage, for the folks who are getting in their cars
outside.
They don't care if it's a little bit that way, because
and they're strippers too. They're private firefighters and strippers.
People who are kind of grabbing their luggage, grabbing their things, and leaving here as we look down Franklin.
Bro, why is my fucking what is throttling my bandwidth where I can't fucking watch a streaming video on YouTube? For real. It's pissing me off. This was happening last night.
Does it appear the flame
you can see the flame as we pull out. This is the closest house over to my right. So they're not in any kind of jeopardy right now, but they are updraft from one of the canyons here off Solar Drive, and that's going to be problematic if they can't get a hold of this flank of the fire and it makes its way into this canyon, then it'll go up quickly. Again, I said that there is a lack of shrubbery here.
Dude, that's so scary. Like, look at the scale of how much has burned already.
Right now, for them is the.
It's been like an hour.
This out just a little while ago. Those homes down below, again, the fire is going slowly there, and yes, they're interested in. Frequently the fire crews will let the fire come to them. They will let it burn out if they believe there's not a lot of propulsion, that is, that there's not a lot of wind, and they will wait for it to come to them, and then they will put a full effort to extinguish it before it gets into the neighborhood. And this is a case, though, that they are very concerned that they won't have a chance to do that if the wind picks up any more than it has. And so that's why they're going at, my guess is they want to get at it now and not wait.
They evac more?
Closer to homes, because with the winds that we've seen, there's no telling what would happen then. So, yeah, and night, the air attack by night is relatively new. I mean, it's
did they?
Problematic in the past because of safety concerns.
No, this is the.
But we've seen airdrops now, and it's obviously at night. Flying is a little more dicey, and of course, in the wind, as we've seen, that adds a complication to it, the likes of which that makes this a very, very difficult firefight here in the Hollywood Hills, as we've seen in the Palisades and up at Eaton Canyon.
Conan, if you could, talk to us a little bit about the winds. We know you were at the Eaton fire earlier today. What's the wind situation as you're standing on the ridge up there right now?
Echo, thank you for the
Cinemarks, Paleo Cinemarks.
It's not bad, Colleen.
Hey, my alerts, I can hear them now.
Nothing like we saw 24 hours ago. So that's the blessing. There are occasional gusts, but again, the fact that
those houses are probably going to burn.
It's a bit of a chimney. We have a slight breeze. It's doable.
Dude, it's going to be fucking.
It's
going to be so horrifying if we have like.
The likes of
if this goes into Hollywood, man, it's going to be so bad.
One of the reasons why.
Chad, I don't know.
An effort from the air to get at this flank of the fire.
It's going to be so bad.
Before it makes too much of an advance towards the homes down below and the homes up here. Right now, though, for the people here, if there is a wind velocity, it seems to be blowing it in the opposite direction. But of course, that can change.
You know, Conan, as we stay with your shot here, we want to read over a note from our colleague, Robert Kovacic, that the Bird Streets neighborhood of Los Angeles has just been evacuated. That's the one just off of Doheny and Sunset, which is actually west of Laurel Canyon, which is, the western part of the mandatory evacuation orders for this new Sunset fire. And we do know there is an evacuation warning in place west of Laurel to Franklin Canyon for the same Sunset fire. So we're trying to get more information about the evacuations that are again now happening.
Is it going to stop at the bottom of the hill? I mean, it depends on what fuel it finds down at the bottom of the hill.
The mandatory evacuations here for the Sunset.
Something I did want to cover earlier was like things like, let me find it. Things like this. House on Lincoln Avenue at the Eaton fire was completely engulfed in flames overnight. And speaking with neighbors, they said they evacuated last night and came back to find they had lost everything. I'd never seen anything like this. So like this is in Eaton. There's also this from the same journalist here. I've passed multiple homes where it appears the gas lines are still on and fueling the fires. I'm talking with local residents, and they've been reaching out to the Department of Gas saying, please turn off the gas lines as it's making things worse. You can see, like, in every home where there is a gas vein, it's still burning. You can literally hear it. So this is happening. Also, like, important to remember, they are drilling in Hollywood. Like, there are just big buildings that have no windows, and are just like big, they just cover up an oil drill. Like, they are actively drilling for gas in Hollywood. There's a shitload of oil wells. and stuff like in this residential area. So like if those burn, I would assume they would those have like, you know, a lot of like security features with stuff and stuff. Like they could shut it off or whatever, but I don't know. Still really, really horrifying. Still very, very scary. But yeah, let's check this out.
Mike, I can't believe my eyes what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Palisades,
Mari.
into Santa Monica, just
Thanks for
nothing
checking
but
in.
destruction. All those hot spots are structures that have burned or are burning right now. As I zoom in, it's just home after home. I don't even have the words for it to describe. Look at this area here. This is off of, well, it's off of Rimmer Avenue and Monument Street. I mean, just homes are destroyed here, just wiped out completely. It's just really unbelievable to see the devastation here, the structures that are still on fire, the businesses that have burned, the homes that have burned down, the apartment complexes, fire next to that church there. It looks like a church anyways, but it's just unbelievable to see all this. I'm going to bring in our map system so you can see the streets that are affected here, but it is burned all the way to the shoreline, all the way down to PCH, and there you see the shoreline there. But it is just our first time looking at this. The smoke is cleared, and we're getting our first look from above at all the devastation here throughout the Pacific Palisades and into Santa Monica. But it is absolute sadness, is all I can say.
Number one, we felt this because we left, but at the end, what for me to understand, you understand? I mean, right now you don't even, you don't even know where to start, because number one, we felt this because we left. But at the end of the day, we didn't think that this is all we would have. After it was all over, it's just what we have on. This is all we got until we get to some type of store and get something, you know? It's crazy.
It's definitely devastating. My daughter's in Arizona, so she's calling home crying. You know, we left home with what we had on our back. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to work tomorrow. No, I'm not. So definitely our prayers are with Altadena. We lost our home. Our whole entire block is gone. My grandmother probably lost her home. My in-laws have definitely lost their home. My father potentially lost his home. It's post-apocalyptic up there. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
It's bad. And it's still burning. That's the thing. And it's still burning.
All right, I'm back.
Jamaica, you went back up there at some
You see Sean had to evacuate? Wait, why?
Viewers have been seeing on screen. Is that your neighborhood? And what are we seeing in that?
I know where Sean lives. Why is he
That was
evacuating?
this morning at 8:07. That's my husband's car in front. That's our house, Teresa's house, the neighbor's house, just south of ours. And
I know where Sean lives. I'm closer to the fire than he is.
Homes, structure protection. Sometimes, as I said earlier, they wait for the fire to come to them because it's just too problematic, other than an aircraft, too problematic for them to go after it with a hose down here. Right now, they're praying, though, that the aerial attack will knock much of this fire down before they have to start saving homes here.
Here we continue to track a new wildfire there burning in the Hollywood.
Dude, it's so annoying.
This, of course, as we continue to update you on the latest on the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, and the Hearst fire in Sylmar. That one's burning as well. Primetime programming will be on Cozy TV tonight. That is Channel 6. Again, this is the fire we've been covering for the past couple of hours in the Hollywood Hills, called the Sunset Fire, just off Runyon Canyon. Actually, a little bit closer to Franklin Canyon than Mulholland. News Chopper 4 overhead. You can see the orange glow here. This is, as I said, the Runyon Canyon area. Very.
Yo, Bersilium, thank you for the raid. Subversive History, thank you. Oh, Subversive History, thank you for the raid. Bersilium, thank you for the gifted.
Tonight, this so far, they tell us 10 acres, but it looks to be bigger than that. That was the initial
We're trying not to freak out, chat.
Anticipate that number is going to rise, though they are making some really good progress tonight with the
Fuck insurance companies. They took fire insurance from my dad and refused to do any new homes in my area. Yeah.
Also keeping a very close eye on the Palisades fire. This is the one that has now burned close to 16,000 acres there in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, as well as nearby Santa Monica.
I hope you're safe in the fires. We're safe for now, but it's getting scary.
Been extended for parts of Santa Monica, which include areas north of Montana.
It's getting very scary.
Between 11th and PCH, the evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente are still in place. More than 15,000 people do not have gas in the Malibu area, and there's also a boil water advisory right now for the Sunset Mesa. Has now burned more than 10,600 acres, and it continues to grow at this hour. We did learn.
Here, let's check in. Son, is he fully going IRL right now? He just left it on and he's gone. Is he gonna like switch over? Also, hey, chat. Listen, chat. I understand, like, everybody's freaking out right now, but as a general rule, please don't bring news into the stream unless you are also bringing a link to verify it. Like, even with the Sean stuff, like, I don't want this to be a space where we're just like sharing like fake info and stuff like that. Like, please, if you have news you want to share and talk about, don't just type it into chat. Bring me a link that's verifying what you're saying.
As we had LAFD earlier.
If he said it in chat, then clip it and show it to me. Like, I just feel like that's the safest way to go about this. This is moving very fast. I don't want people to be in here just like. I'm not even saying it is misinformation, but if you're not giving me anything to verify it, like I don't know how to. I actually don't know how to deal with that. You know what I mean?
Was saying, we had him on just 5 minutes ago, saying that the winds are not.
Bring the link. Bring the thing that you're reacting to.
Some of the observation sites, Franklin Canyon Park.
Like, let me see it as well, and we can like look at it together. I think that's just the best way to go about it. And it's also just not with this. It's in general. Like, bring me links. I'll click links. Like, we can look at stuff together.
Fire triangle, because we've got a few components to make this fire really grow and really blossom. First of all, it's all about the topography. We're very familiar with Runyon Canyon. There's a lot of slopes, there are a lot of hills, there are a lot of trails in that region. And then we talk about the fuel. That's the dense, dry brush in that air, the trees, the bushes, the grass, and it's very dry. Add on top of that the weather we have right now, the Santa Ana winds, and unlike last night, the winds are actually starting to weaken.
Yeah, this is the fire we're looking at now here.
From 20
in the Hollywood Hills.
Miles per hour.
It's like 13 or 14 acres now. This is a little bit behind. But this going into Hollywood is a disaster. Like, this is disastrous.
Flames like this.
If this goes into Hollywood, it is disastrous.
Heat the fuel out of.
Found a ride evacuating. See you on the other side.
Fires can ignite and spread more rapidly, especially as they travel uphill. So that's.
I mean, listen.
We'll continue to track it for you for the rest of tonight. I'll send it back.
I'm not evacuating yet.
Jonathan.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We've been talking with our Conan Nolan, who is above the Sunset Fire.
I'm not evacuating yet, but
Rozier, he is live now at Stanley and Hollywood.
We'll keep an eye on it, chat. We'll keep an eye on it, and if we need to, we will, of course. I live a lot closer than Sean does.
I feel like that's not a good thing. But
why aren't you evacuating yet? Because I'm not close to the fires.
Overall, you're in the car with me right now.
I don't want to. I'm not going to dox myself on here, but like, just trust that I am making educated decisions, I guess.
Madman. All right. One of the benefits of having an EV is I just saw massive pylons outside of the gas stations. People are panicking and purchasing as much gas as possible.
Oh, God.
And guess what? You know who don't need that? The EV bandit, that's who. That's who. Okay, this is not the best.
Until you get trapped and you're stuck sitting in your EV for 5 hours on a highway and it runs out of battery.
There are a lot of people who are not necessarily abiding by the standards of the traffic laws. I am Oh, this area is entirely blacked out. That's why there's no traffic lights.
Yeah, power's going down.
Okay. That's what's going on. I was wondering what the hell was going on and why there aren't any lights here, but it seems it's because... Oh wait, there's a house with lights on. EV supremacy, baby. Every time I see an EV on the road, I honk at them. I'm like, yo, what's up? What's up, big dog? I got you. You
Okay,
got me,
bro.
I got you.
This is not the story, Haas.
Okay, not Tesla though.
This is not the story right now, dude.
Driving like a madman. You can't see anything right now. I'm about to pick up Will and Caroline and Farlito in approximately a second. People are driving in a very panicked state, which is not unique to Los Angeles. I feel like
Yeah, people drive like that always.
that Los Angelinos are driving like assholes because they always drive like assholes.
Now, Will and Caroline are evacuating. Hassan is going to get them.
What was that? All right, alrighty. Okay. Lots of cars on the road. Bumper to bumper.
Yes, Tofu and Mari should be safe.
To my place, but seemingly noticing that there isn't any
They added
traffic
this down here. Oh, I guess this has always been added, but
to the
here.
fire. I'm noticing this.
What is the obvious happening,
Noticing
or
that
am I
there's no
misreading? What do you
traffic
mean?
On the way to the fire.
Everybody who's joining right now, if you don't know, there's a fire. There's a large fire that started about an hour ago in Runyon Canyon, which is basically just north of Hollywood. Very, very highly dense area. You've heard of it, right? And that is spreading incredibly fast. So they're evacuating everything north of Hollywood Boulevard right now. Potential evacuations north of Sunset Boulevard. And they're very concerned that the fire is going to spread into Hollywood proper.
We're right outside the 7-Eleven because Will's grabbing a water.
Okay.
They're very, very nervous that this is going to spread into Hollywood proper and burn all of Hollywood.
Okay, the car wash in Astrover. Yeah, let me get
There's a cop car.
He's not evacuating. He's going to pick up Will and Caroline, who are evacuating.
Hear it. Okay, hold on. I'm a little bit turned around right now. Let me see. What street is it?
It's right outside of Plummer.
Oh, we're a couple blocks past Plummer.
Oh, you went in the opposite direction. You went more west.
Yeah. I told you we were walking west.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, there's a fire truck. Hold on. I'm gonna bust the Yui here, but there's a fire truck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for the fire truck to leave.
Yeah, we have a plan. We have a bag.
We're at Kirsten now. We're like 2 blocks past.
I've got all my hard drives and my documentaries that I never made on
I can hear
in the bag.
I see the ambulance.
That's honestly the main thing I would like be sad about in a fire is like
Just heard the ambulance.
obviously if like as long as my like Becca and the pets are safe is like my footage. You know, my hard drives and this like that media. If that was lost forever, I would be devastated.
Let me see if I can. So you're at the 7-Eleven outside of like DBA, old DBA.
Yeah.
Like next to Mammy's Italian Kitchen or something.
Let's see what we got
that decadent Italian dining spot.
Also, bro, my favorite.
Big fucking truck that's blocking everything, but it's like this.
Think of Jumbos.
DBA, right? Like Doheny, or not Doheny. What's the fuckboy lounge?
Just if you're on Santa Monica, it's like 2.
What is Jumbos?
West.
Jumbos is a Hollywood burlesque club / pole dancing strip club.
Yeah. It's the. Wait.
Amoeba, yeah.
Fucking Tootsie Boy.
Bar Lubitsch, past Bar Lubitsch. Oh, more ambulances passing by. Wait, I think I must be right near you guys.
It's Curson. So if you see.
No, I can replace the PC mic audio. I can replace all of that. I can replace all of that. I don't mind. I can't replace the footage.
Hey, Hassan's like right there.
I cannot replace the footage. The footage would be that's irreplaceable.
Oh,
I spent years documenting like activist groups and stuff in LA that it's not it's it's not it's not a project that I actively am working on, but something that I would like one day maybe will be a part of a project.
Coming out of the garage right now. Yeah. Oh shit. Is it not working? What the hell? All right, there it is. There, you want me to pop the truck? Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah, of course.
Do I pop?
Family and pets above all.
Trunks pop.
Get in, Caroline.
Hello. How are you guys feeling? Traumatized a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh damn! It's got that nice smoky scent outside.
Are you streaming?
I am, yeah.
You're absolutely insane.
I'm an insane person. Anyway,
Trimo, it's so much footage. I have like, you have to understand.
Everything's good.
I have two giant like 15 terabyte RAID systems or 20 terabyte RAID systems. One of them is entirely full.
We're gonna have to double back.
Like I would have to spend thousands of dollars to have them backed up in a different location.
Okay, no worries.
It's like, yeah, it's not it's not something I can just upload to Google Drive.
Motherfucker grabbed his Pokemon cards.
Yeah, there's a lot. Listen.
Oh, chill out. Okay. People are driving extra crazy. I'm just gonna let you know.
It was apocalyptic when we were walking from where we had to leave, where we were.
Y'all smell like a
cloud.
Oh, dude.
But it's like cool. It's like cozy.
No.
You smell.
Yeah, they feel very cozy, I'm sure.
I don't know if our building's gonna
survive it. It'll be fine, I think.
Oh man.
Thank you, Fire Warden.
Yes.
Oh,
Right.
Smokey Bear.
It's gonna be
That's so sad, dude.
Waiting with their luggage on the corner of the street.
There were so many people who did exactly what we did, and they were like, okay, we're walking.
Yeah, we pulled in an auxiliary spot in our building and just booked it.
Honestly, better to be able to pull it into an auxiliary spot and book it on feet and then get picked up rather than,
Yeah.
Oh, Farley's like shaking. You can see him in the back.
on the side of the road.
Will, I don't know if you saw, but those guys who were it was starting to get crazy because somebody had just left their car.
Yeah.
And it was blocking.
That's what I said. I was like, that's why I said look outside, because I feel like there's probably a car, like there's probably somebody who just like left their car.
I feel way better now though, because Turkish Fire Marshal Hassan Piker told us it's probably going to be chill.
Okay, I'm not the fire marshal. Murad is the Turkish Fire Marshal.
Murad
and
called us.
Yeah.
He did. He's so sweet.
As soon as I saw the running can, I was like, you guys either get out of there.
Well, it was crazy because I was like looking at all the fire stuff, and I was gonna go live in about 5 minutes, and then I got a text from my friend who lives about half a mile from us, more in the hills, and she was like, we're evacuating right now. Look outside. And so I went outside, and Will was streaming. I was like, hey, babe, we might need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And this is before
The evacuation orders.
Official evacuation. I was like, we need to go, because if they call an official evac, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here. And then I was like, okay, let's get our stuff and let's go. And then when we were leaving our building, was like doing the thing where people who are gone but have their cats and stuff, they were like, okay, we need to get into like this apartment because so-and-so's cat is there.
Go. I don't know.
Because everyone had to evacuate.
Is Farley nervous?
Oh, he's so distressed.
Hassan, he just ran out of a burning building.
And he's fine. He's gonna be all right. Farlito.
Farley, you hear that? Turkish.
Bro, Hassan's like.
Okay, first of all,
I'm not gonna lie. Being around somebody like Hassan in this moment would be very frustrating. Somebody who's just like, it's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Like, I know he doesn't mean anything by it, but like that would. That would low-key piss me the fuck off.
Drop me.
127 support. Yes.
Yeah, look at this. This is like anything going west or anything going south right now is crazy.
When we were still waiting to try to get out of the garage, I ran out to the main street and I asked people, I was like, how long have you been sitting in your car? And they're like, 30 minutes. So I came back, I was like, okay.
That's the beauties of car-reliant infrastructure, baby. But
I'm just like Hassan in these situations. I don't know.
Listen, we might not have the longest range. We might not have chargers readily available everywhere, but EV supremacy, ain't nobody's panicking waiting outside of a gas station right now. There are
Dude, this is such a silly thing to bring up. If you just have your gas tank full, like
they can fill up their cars.
Are you doing an EV plug right now?
Yes, I am.
Will, do you have that water? Where'd it go?
I gave it to you.
It's also so silly. Like you have how long can an EV sit on? Like if you're in traffic and you can't move for 5 hours, how long can that really like stay on?
My friend texted me and I went outside.
You know, like you're gonna run out of battery before a car runs out of gas.
I got so many texts and calls and everyone was like, hey, because I guess it was on the news at that point. My parents are they're on a trip together, but they're somehow not together, so they have been individually calling me. I was like, aren't you on a trip together? Like, I'd be on the phone with my mom, and then my dad.
Listen, guys, you guys don't know where the streamer lives, okay?
And then I'd answer my dad.
Trust the streamer. They know, okay? I know everybody's freaking out, but you don't know where we live, okay? Like, for real. LA is a very big place, okay? There's a lot of space in between where is at risk. If you live in this area, you should probably evacuate. You know what I mean? If you're in Santa Monica, especially the northern area of Santa Monica, you should evacuate. If you live near the Hollywood, if you live near Hollywood Boulevard, if you're above Santa Monica, you should probably evacuate. I do not live anywhere near that. Okay? I'm not going to tell you where I live. You're just going to have to trust me.
Then
okay, no, we have to stop her. We have to go to her house right now and stop her.
The tides might shift.
No, plaid. How about gold? Or,
okay. Well, we don't have to kick her while she's.
LA is tiny. What do you mean? What?
Oh, wow. She made silver. She's in silver 3.
Oh, that's devastating. Oh no. Okay, it makes sense.
Check the weather patterns.
It's making sense. It's making sense. Balrog from the deep crevices of hell.
God, I really do smell like just straight up ash and smoke.
It's gonna be not so funny when we also have to evacuate my place.
Yeah,
but so far we're good. So far
we're walking to Wubbies, baby.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing that right now, Solus. This like the Hollywood fire that Caroline and Will are evacuating from is an hour and a half old. You know, like this started very, very recently. It was, you know, this was not here at 5 p.m. when I laid down. It's brand new.
I hate you.
Son, please. We should have walked. I knew.
You know what? Well,
fart car.
We're walking.
This is not the fart car. That's the other car, and it's not really a fart car. It's just an old car. Sometimes they smell like that. It's a distinct Toyota Camry 2010 smell.
He farted. That's what he said.
No, it's famous. It's a famous Toyota.
It's falafel and Turkish delight. I know that smell.
Oh God, it's falling apart. It's a famous, distinct smell from the Toyota Camry 2010 Sport Edition with the V6. You don't know about it because they don't want you to know about it because no one would buy the car if that was the case.
Yeah, there's no containment lines down, to be clear,
That's
Solus.
what it is. Oops, I'm blocking the road.
There's none.
Oh, Jesus.
There's zero. There's 0% containment on any of these fires right now.
We're okay. Well, yeah.
You think I'll get pulled over for riding on the bike lane?
Okay.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
All right.
LAPD, nothing better to do than to pull people over right now for traffic violations.
Bye.
Yeah, it's also like that thing when there's crazy events happening where people just are losing their minds. So as we were walking, there was shit going on.
Yeah, a lot of pet
Yeah.
pet spas and like
pretty crazy
places that pet hotels and stuff are taking in a lot of the evacuated pets right now.
It felt seriously apocalyptic with the smoke everywhere. We could see the flames and people were like screaming at each other. Like,
It's wild.
Yeah.
That area near Runyon Canyon is I was trying to explain to the chat, like, that is a very densely packed area full of, it's like
It's just a
massive wildfire in like Central Park near apartment complexes.
Yeah, no, it's just apartment complexes for real.
Oh yeah, I know, Farley. I know, baby. So one of my friends, Will, texted, and I was like, yeah, Will and I are okay. We're walking right now. She's like, did you bring your dog? I'm like, no, we left him.
Yeah, someone in my chat was like, oh, Hassan, you need to evacuate, but please don't forget Kaya when you evacuate.
No, I was actually going to, they're fine.
Man, they want you to bring Kaya to Japan.
Thank you, Paul Wall. We're good. We have other people, but
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
No, dude, what?
Oh my god. We've lost you to the trains.
I'm just saying, that would be sick. It would be kind of sick.
No. No part of it. At no part were you correct in your answer.
Are you looking at the updated maps to see if, like, this...
Yeah, I am.
Tell me if we also, the area that we're in also somehow get in...
So far, fine.
It's not even in the secondary evac
No,
zone
it's
yet.
not. It's
so
not. It's okay.
I haven't been too worried. Okay, bro.
Yeah, see?
Oh my god, what a fucking asshole.
This is, and we're, what?
I want to see that.
From...
I want to see what's happening outside of the fucking car. I understand they're going. I understand they're going through this shit, but just leave it at home if this is what we're gonna see.
100 miles an hour?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get us off these roads and take the back roads because this is wild here.
Yeah, I'm already feeling,
I want to see outside, yeah. I mean, even just driving home. I've been staying inside all day today. I went on a walk this morning. But even like driving at home, or even driving home last night after the movies was unreal.
Calling their helicopters.
And it was just like the wind, like there were trees down. It wasn't even fire. It was just the wind was so crazy. It was destroying things, like throwing big pieces of debris everywhere in Burbank. It was very scary.
The extreme historic winds that spread the other fires we've been covering. So it looks to me like this is under control for now.
What up, Toby?
We're still waiting for an update on acreage and containment.
And we're not out of the woods yet, Julia, as we stay with your shot here. We know that you guys have to go refuel in just a moment. But Julia, quickly, you mentioned earlier when I was talking to you that you could barely hold your joystick to man the camera because it was just it was that windy when you were over the, I don't know if you remember if it was Palisades, I believe it was, or Eaton Fire. Regardless, the conditions sound like they've gotten better. Are you continuing to see the aerial attack on this?
I will say during the positive in our fires in 2019, our deeply unpopular PM was on a holiday during it. Familiar, and skittered home to thank the firefighters who led the one guy in a truck on live TV leaning out his window and saying, "Go fuck yourself." It's funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention that because we have here, Karen Bass has arrived from Ghana today, but she was also on vacation. Well, not really. She was like attending a presidential inauguration in Ghana and got back today. This is her like at the airport. She landed and this Irish guy just fucking grilled her.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
Can you back up, boss? Appreciate it.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them?
Come on, I don't know her, but how is she supposed to know? This is the stupidest. I'm gonna pop off, and it's not directed towards you in general. It's just directed to this opinion. She is the mayor of Los Angeles. The fuck is she doing for me in Ghana? What the fuck is the mayor of my city doing for me in Ghana? What? Give me one reason why the fuck she needs to be in Ghana right now. I don't care if she didn't know. She has a job to do here. The city, even if it's not on fire, when it's not on fire, this city is not okay, man. There is a fuckload of work to be done here now. We have 70,000 people living on the streets of this city who are like starving to death, dying. 6 homeless people die a day on the streets of LA. What the fuck is she doing in Ghana? There is no reason for her to be there.
Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
No, she's there because she's a figure of the Democratic Party, and Joe Biden wanted to send a Democratic Party representative that was like high up enough but not important enough in their own governance that they could represent the US government and the US Democratic Party. So they sent Karen Bass. There's nothing, this has nothing to do with the city of LA.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
No. They're gonna come. Ma'am, hold on 1 second.
Madam Mayor,
isn't she a lib? Yeah, in the bad way.
To deal with the catastrophe.
The worst way. She's terrible. I wish it was Will. I wish it was Will. I wish it was Phil in the police that was asking these questions. I really do. Okay, we swap back. All right, we're going to go back to ABC.
Based on the aerial drops.
Actually, let's get through some of these Twitter threads. So, yeah, Joe Biden is also in LA along with Gavin Newsom. So, everybody, listen, chat, there is not a pocket that doesn't have a hand in it. Okay, we got really rich hands sitting really deep in their pockets. And hopefully that'll save us, I guess. Here, check it out. Look at how deep these pockets go, dude. It's really crazy. Look, wow. I'm so glad that Gavin Newsom could come and put his hands in his back pockets and look at a fire. This is really helping a lot. This is super helpful, Yep, we're pointing. It's really killing it, dude. Thank you so much, Gavin. Thank you so much. Okay, that's just unusable audio. Don't even fucking post it, bro. That's trash. This video is very, very shocking. Our house appears one of 3 left standing on our street, although active fires are still burning doors away. Our cat Leroy is inside. If anybody can get to him, I beg you to rescue him. Please message me if so. This is just somebody from the Palisades area who had to evacuate. And look at this.
You better take pictures of the house right now.
Just neighborhood, house after house destroyed, chat.
Babe, we better hurry. That fire's getting worse. I want to get out of here. Why'd you do this? Hurry, hurry. That fire could get worse. Please, hurry, hurry.
Is fire over yet? No, dude. This is gonna be for the next like few days. This fire is not gonna stop anytime soon.
Good story here.
Also, chat, unfortunate here, but we'll take this time to maybe just take a breath, but also like learn and to like further, to deepen our connection to the people that are being affected by this. Always important to keep in mind the people affected by this. Give me 1 second here. The Bunny Museum in Altadena is gone.
Story about the shelter here in the evacuation center here. Part of the good story here is the owner and his wife had a place to come to. We talked to him though. He was still extremely upset because of the problem with the fire, but also because there's a problem with the fire hydrants, he says, being dry, and he lost his museum of more than 25 years. Take a listen.
All the firemen kept on coming to the same hydrant. It was dry. It was dry. I felt really bad. They really wanted to, they were trying to do something. But they could have had, I think, every firefighter in the world there with those winds. They weren't going to stop it. It blew through all of the old town, the iconic Altadena Old Town. So, it's gone. Our museum is gone. That'll hit me in a while. It took my wife and I almost 40 years to put it together, but it's the way it is, so we'll go on.
No, just a bunny museum, dude. Here's the bunny museum.
Hey, my name is Candace Frizzy, and I'm the co-founder of the Bunny Museum in Altadena, California. We're the world's only bunny museum, and we have over 34,000 bunny items. Bunny mugs, bunny paintings. It's really hard for people to wrap their minds around, but we do live here. It's a living museum. This is our real kitchen. It really works. My husband and I, when we were dating, I called him my honey bunny, and he liked that. So he gave me a plush bunny, and then I gave him that one at Easter. And then before you know it, we're giving each other a bunny every day as a love token. And we still do it to this day. You're seeing a love story. We didn't set out to do a museum. It just happened.
Stop.
All couples, for a healthy marriage, they have to have a common goal. Ours just happens to be collecting bunnies.
Yeah. So really terrible. I wanted to give us some attention to that personal story. And then chat. I mean, like, I think I do want to talk about, while we still can, like, talk about the capitalist aspect of this, right? We have here major insurer State Farm unilaterally canceled insurance policies for hundreds of houses in the Palisades in 2024, many of which have now burned down. The move was made to avoid financial failure due to risk of fire, as per Newsweek. Like casinos, insurers never want to lose money. So this was a story we covered quite a bit last night. But a lot of these fire insurance companies, a lot of these fire insurers like pulled out in the last year, in the last few months even. And so a lot of these houses, even though they've paid into fire insurance for sometimes 70 years, like the story we watched last night, people have paid into insurance for over 70 years, and then just like that, it's taken away, and their house is burned down, and they're left with nothing. And they wonder why we cheer, and they wonder why we make memes. They They've abandoned us. The people who we've paid to have our back, the people we've literally given our money and paid to have our back, have abandoned us. We have nothing. No one coming to save us. It's all on you. And did we cause this climate crisis? Is it our fault? Like, no. Are we the people that are burning the environment? No. But I mean, it's like this, like, as we talk about Karen Bass and everything too, this isn't new. This kind of situation was not unpredictable. I think that's something that a lot of people are just defaulting to, like, oh, you're using this opportunity to attack the mayor. No, this is something that you have to plan for. These kind of mass emergency events have to be planned for. And it's true. Didn't the LA controller warn that our depleted finances are going to screw us over if there's an emergency, making things worse? This will cause revenues to sink due to lost economic activity. The city is broke and we will face a rebuild without resources. Awful leadership. Imagine losing your house or apartment, lose your store or your shop, lose your job, lose your pets, lose your memories, possessions gone. Does our current LA leadership give you any hope? Would you have confidence that they meet this moment? Will Karen Bass meet the moment? The answer is no. And he's 100% right. And the controller has been warning about this. Kenneth Mejia, the LA city controller, who is the city's accountant, who is in charge of the budget, has been warning about this for months, has been telling the city over and over and over again, the LA is going broke. We blew through the liability claims budget in the first 3 months of the fiscal year. Okay? LA City Controller Kenneth Mejia audits the Inside Safe program, issues dire warning. What was the mayor's response to learning of this info? The mayor cut the controller's budget. The mayor cut the city controller's office's budget. The person that is supposed to be fucking over here, the person that's over here is supposed to be informing the city of the budgetary crises that they're going through, they cut their budget. The mayor has to let her ego get in the way instead of protecting people in the city. LA is broke and the budget crisis is self-inflicted. This is LA Times. LA City Council will spend an extra $1 billion on the LAPD over the next 4 years. This is something that is so predictable. This is something that could have been addressed a long time ago. This is something that we have been warned about over and over again. This is something that you have to, like, chat. I don't know, like, without having to like, you know, get into like a bunch of ecological history and shit like that, which I think we are going to do anyway. You have to understand that fires in the city of Los Angeles are not something that is a surprise. Okay? This land has burned for as long as it's been here. For as long as humans have lived on this land, it has burned. This is an aspect of the landscape, all right? And so to learn a little bit more about that ecology, we're going to turn to Mike Davis. So in 1998, Mike Davis wrote a book called The Ecology of Fear. Mike Davis is an incredible historian of the Los Angeles area. He writes a lot of really great books about Los Angeles. If you're moving to LA, or if you have family, if you've lived in LA, I highly recommend reading Mike Davis's work. It's incredible. He died, I think, last year. So rest in power, Mike Davis. But let's read this book, or this section of his book, Ecology of Fear, titled "The Case for Letting Malibu Burn." Homes, of course, will arise here in the thousands. Many a peak will have its castle. John Russell McCarthy, These Waiting Hills, 1925. Late August to early October is the infernal season in Los Angeles. Downtown is usually shrouded in acrid yellow smog while heat waves billow down Wilshire Boulevard. Outside air-conditioned skyscrapers, homeless people huddle miserably in every available shadow. Across the Harbor Freeway, the overcrowded tenements of the Westlake District, Los Angeles' Spanish Harlem, are intolerable ovens. Suffocating in their tiny rooms, immigrant families flee to the fire escapes, stoops, and sidewalks. Anxious mothers swab their babies' foreheads with water, while older children, eyes stinging from the smog, cry for pailletas. The flavored cones of shave ice sold by pushcart vendors. Shirtless young men, sometimes with formidable jail-made biceps and mural-sized tattoos of the Virgin of Guadalupe across their backs, monopolize the shade of tienda awnings. Amid hundreds of acres of molten asphalt and concrete, there is scarcely a weed, much less a lawn or tree. 30 miles away, the Malibu coast, where hyperbole meets the surf, basks in an altogether different weather. The temperature is 85 degrees, 20 degrees cooler than downtown, and the cobalt blue sky is clear enough to discern the wispish form of Santa Barbara Island, nearly 50 miles offshore. At Zuma, surfers ride the curl under the insouciant, showing a casual lack of concern, insouciant gazes of their personal sun goddess. While at Topanga Beach, horse riders canter Appaloosas across the wet sand. Indifferent to the misery on the mainland, the residents of Malibu suffer through another boringly perfect day. Needless to say, the existential differences between the tenement district and the Gilded Coast are enormous at any time, but late summer is the beginning of the wildfire season in South California, and that's when Westlake and Malibu suffer a common lot, catastrophic fire. According to previous estimates, Westlake, including adjacent parts of downtown, has the highest urban fire incidence in the nation. One of its 2 fire stations was inundated by an incredible 20,000 emergency calls in 1993. Some tenements and apartment hotels have continuous fire histories dating back to their construction in the early 20th century. The notorious Hotel St. George, for instance, experienced fatal blazes in 1912, 1952, and 1983. Moreover, almost all of the deadly tenement fires in Los Angeles since 1945 have occurred within a 1 mile radius of the corner of Wilshire and Figueroa downtown. Malibu, meanwhile, is the wildfire capital of North America, and possibly the world. Fire here has a relentlessly staccato rhythm, syncopated by landslides and floods. The rugged 22-mile coastline is scourged on the average by a large fire, 1,000 acres plus, every 2.5 years. And the entire surface area of the western Santa Monica Mountains has burnt 3 times over the 20th century. At least once a decade, a blaze in the chaparral grows into a terrifying firestorm, consuming hundreds of homes in an inexorable advance across the mountains to the sea. Since 1970, 5 such holocausts have destroyed more than 1,000 luxury residences and inflicted more than $1 billion in property damage. Some unhappy homeowners have been burnt out twice in a generation, and there are individual patches of coastline or mountain, especially between Point Dume and Tuna Canyon, that have been incinerated as many as 8 times since 1930. In other words, stand at the mouth of Malibu Canyon or sleep in the Hotel St. George for any length of time, and you eventually will face the flames. It is a statistical certainty. Ironically, the richest and poorest landscapes in Southern California are comparable in the frequency with which they experience incendiary disaster. This was emphasized tragically in 1993 when a May conflagration at a Westlake tenement that killed 3 mothers and 7 children was followed in late October by 21 wildfires, culminating on November 2nd in the Great Firestorm that forced the evacuation of most of Malibu. But the 2 species of conflagration are inverse images of each other. Defended in 1993 by the largest army of firefighters in American history, wealthy Malibu homeowners benefited as well from an extraordinary range of insurance, land use, and disaster relief subsidies. Yet, as most experts will readily concede, periodic firestorms of this magnitude are inevitable as long as residential development is tolerated in the fire ecology of the Santa Monicas. On the other hand, most of the 119 fatalities from tenement fires in the Westlake and downtown areas might have been prevented had slumlords been held to even minimal standards of building safety. If enormous resources have been allocated quixotically to fight irresistible forces of nature on the Malibu coast, then scandalously little attention has been paid to the man-made and remediable fire crisis of the inner city. God damn. From the beginning, fire has defined Malibu in the American imagination. In 2 years before the mast, Richard Henry Dana describes sailing northward from San Pedro to Santa Barbara in 1826 and seeing a vast blaze along the coast of the Jose Tapia Rancho Topanga Malibu Sequit. Despite, or as we shall see, more likely because of, the Spanish prohibition of the Chumash and the Tongva Indian practice of annually burning the brush, mountain infernos repeatedly menaced Malibu through the 19th century. During the great land boom of the late 1880s, the entire latifundio was sold at $10 per acre to the Boston Brahmin millionaire Frederick Rindge. In his memoirs, Rindge described these unceasing battles against squatters, rustlers, and above all, recurrent wildfire. The Great Fire of 1903, which raced from the Calabasas to the sea in a few hours, incinerated Rindge's dream ranch in Malibu Canyon and forced him to move to Los Angeles, where he died in 1905. From the time of the Tapias, the owners of Rancho Malibu had recognized that the region's extraordinary fire hazard was shaped in large part by the uncanny alignment of its coastal canyons with the annual fire winds from the north, the notorious Santa Anas, which blow primarily between Labor Day and Thanksgiving, just before the first rains. Born from high-pressure areas over the Great Basin and the Colorado Plateau, the Santa Anas become hot and dry as they descend avalanche-like into Southern California. The San Fernando Valley acts as giant bellows, sometimes fanning the Santa Anas into hurricane velocity as they roar seaward through the narrow canyons and rugged defiles of the Santa Monica Mountains. Add a spark to the dense, dry vegetation on such an occasion, and the hillsides will explode in uncontrollable wildfire. The speed and heat of the fire is so intense that firefighters can only attempt to prevent lateral spread of the fire while waiting for the winds to abate or the fuel to diminish. Less well understood in the old days was the essential dependence of the dominant vegetation of the Santa Monicas, chamise chaparral, coastal sage scrub, and live oak woodland upon this cycle of wildfire. Decades of research, especially at the San Dimas Experimental Forest in the San Gabriel Mountains, have given late 20th century science vivid insights into the complex and ultimately beneficial role of fire in recycling nutrients and ensuring seed germination in Southern California's various pyrophytic flora. Research has also established the overwhelming importance of biomass accumulation rather than ignition frequency in regulating fire destructiveness. As Richard Minich, the World Authority on Chaparral Bushfire, emphasizes, fuel, not ignitions, causes fire. You can send an arsonist to Death Valley and he'll never be arrested. A key revelation was the nonlinear relationship between the age structure of the vegetation and the intensity of the fire. Botanists and fire geographers discovered that the probability for an intense, fast-running fire increases dramatically as the fuels exceed 20 years of age. Indeed, half-century-old chaparral, heavily laden with dead mass, is calculated to burn with 50 times more intensity than 20-year-old chaparral. Put another way, an acre of old chaparral is the fuel equivalent of about 75 barrels of crude oil. Expanding these calculations even further, a great Malibu firestorm could generate the heat of 3 million barrels of burning oil at a temperature of 2,000 degrees. Total fire suppression, the official policy in the Southern California mountains since 1919, has been a tragic error because it creates enormous stockpiles of fuel. The extreme fires that eventually occur can transform the chemical structure of the soil itself. The volatilization of certain plant chemicals create a water-repellent layer in the upper soil, and this layer, by preventing percolation, dramatically accelerates subsequent sheet flooding and erosion. A monomaniacal obsession with managing ignition rather than chaparral accumulation simply makes doomsday-like firestorms and the great floods that follow them virtually inevitable. For a generation after Ringe's death, his widow, May, struggled to keep the family's Shangri-La isolated and intact in the face of state attempts to push a highway through the rancho. Like one of the iron-fisted heroines played by Barbara Stanwyck, the so-called Queen of the Malibu closed the ranch roads in 1917, strung barbed wire along the perimeter, and posted armed fence riders with orders to shoot to kill. In one episode during the 1920s, Ringe cowboys provoked a tense confrontation with deputy sheriffs after driving away a road survey crew at gunpoint. Hysterical newspaper headlines warned of civil war in peaceful Southern California. But the pressure during the 1920s boom to open the coastal range to speculative subdivision was unrelenting. In the hyperbole of the area, occupation of the mountains became Los Angeles' manifest destiny. The day for a white invasion of the Santa Monicas has come, declared real estate clairvoyant John Russell McCarthy in a booklet published by the LA Times in 1925. In anticipation of this land rush, the county sheriff had been arresting every vagrant in sight and putting them to work on chain gangs, building roads through the rugged canyons just south of Rancho Malibu. Radical critics at the time denounced this system as deliberate real estate graft, meant only to enhance land values in mountain districts, which the population of this city does not even know exists. Widow Ringe, in any event, would not be allowed to stand in the way of the march of the adventuring Caucasians, as McCarthy put it. After one of the most protracted legal battles in California history, the court granted the state right-of-way through Rancho Malibu. Open to traffic in 1928, the Pacific Coast Highway gave delighted Angelinos their first view of the magnificent Malibu coast, and introduced a potent new source of ignition, the automobile, into the inflammable landscape. In the indefatigable chat, what are these fucking words? This guy is a writer, am I right? Holy. Wait, they don't do burn-offs? No, they don't do burn-offs because it's like people have built houses. People have built houses there, so they can't do controlled burns. I don't know. I love this writer. The info is really good, okay? The indefatigable May Ringe continued to fight the road builders and developers in the courts. But in the end, the cost of litigation forced her to lease choice parts of Malibu beachfront to a movie colony that included Jack Warner, Clara Bow, Dolores Del Rio, and Barbara Stanwyck herself. The colony's unexpected housewarming was a lightning-swift wildfire that destroyed 13 new homes in late October 1929. Exactly a year later, walnut pickers in the Thousand Oaks area accidentally ignited another blaze, which quickly grew into one of the greatest conflagrations in Malibu history. The 1930 Decker Canyon fire was a worst-case scenario involving 50-year-old Chaparral and a fierce Santa Ana. Faced with a 5-mile front of towering flames, 1,100 firefighters could do little except save their own lives. As the firestorm unexpectedly wheeled towards the Pacific Palisades, there was official panic. County Supervisor Wright, his nerves shaken by a visit to the collapsing fire lines, posted 100 patrolmen at the Los Angeles city limits to alert residents for evacuation. Should the fire raging in the Malibu district get closer, he gasped, our whole city might go. Ultimately, this apocalypse, which may have given Nathaniel West the idea for the burning of Los Angeles in his novel Day of the Locust, was avoided, no thanks to human initiative, when the fickle Santa Ana abruptly subsided. In hindsight, the 1930 fire should have provoked a historic debate on the wisdom of opening Malibu to further development. Only a few months before the disaster, Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., the nation's foremost landscape architect and designer of the California State Park System, had come out in favor of public ownership of at least 10,000 acres of the most scenic beach and mountain areas between Topanga and Point Dume. Despite a further series of fires in 1935, 1936, and 1938, which almost destroyed 400 homes in Malibu and Topanga Canyon, Public officials stubbornly disregarded the wisdom of Olmsted's proposal for a great public domain in the Santa Monica's. The County of Los Angeles, for example, squandered an extraordinary opportunity in 1938 to acquire 17,000 acres of the bankrupt Renge estate in exchange for $1.1 million in delinquent taxes. At a mere $64 an acre, it would have been the deal of the century. Instead, in December 1940, an impecunious, a broken, heartbroken May Renge was forced to put her entire empire on the auction block. Potential buyers were advised to make an early selection of oceanfront lots, sites for villas, hotels, golf clubs, estates, beach and yacht clubs, income and business lots, small summer home places, ranchitos, 100 to 640 acre ranchos, and acreage for further subdivision. The disconsolate Queen of the Malibu died 2 months later. During the Second World War, severe drought years on the West Coast, hundreds of firefighters were sent into the Southern California mountains to guard against rumor Axis saboteurs. A few months after the watchers were withdrawn, 150 Malibu homes were incinerated in another November fire. Yet this new disaster failed to discourage a post-war migration of artists, printers, book dealers, poets, screenwriters, and architects, including Olmsted himself. Many of very modest means, some seeking to escape the scrutiny of McCarthyism, who envisaged Malibu as Carmel South. In an engaging period of this memoir of this period, UCLA librarian Lawrence Clark Powell described a genial way of life devoted to Mozart and beachcombing. He also provided a classic account of the onslaught of the terrible firestorm of Christmas Week, 1956, which, burning its way to the sea, retraced the path of the 1930 blaze. A Forest Service analysis of the disaster, which killed one person and destroyed 100 homes, stressed the impossible challenge of combating such erratic and untamable natural forces. Malibu fires combine the most known elements of violent and erratic extreme behavior. Fire whirls, extreme rates of spread, sudden changes in speed and direction of fire spread, flashovers of unburned gases complicated by intense heat and impenetrable smoke held close to the ground. Indeed, the conflagration, which coincided with a waxing of Cold War anxieties, had unexpected political repercussions. If the government could not defeat wildfires in the Santa Monica's, critics ask, how would it deal with a possible nuclear holocaust? Accordingly, the Eisenhower administration acknowledged the Malibu blaze as the first major fire disaster of national scope. And Congress, more concerned with the credibility of a vast... My mouse died. Congress, more concerned with the credibility of a vast civil defense establishment than with the tragedy of local homeowners, debated how to provide complete fire prevention and protection in Southern California. Large Malibu fires, moreover, would later be used by research to model the behavior of nuclear firestorms. According to fire historian Stephen Pine, the Malibu blaze also marked the transition from the traditional forest fire problem to a new fire regime, characterized by the lethal mixture of homeowners and brush. This artificial borderland of chaparral and suburb magnified the natural fire danger, while creating new perils for firefighters who now had to defend thousands of individual structures, as well as battle the fire front itself. Whereas it is often remarked that chaparral, particularly that composed largely of chamise,
Chaparral.
Chamise and chaparral is a fire climax community. It is now joked that the same is true of the Southern California mountain suburb. Ultimately, the 1956 fire, followed by two blazes, 1 month apart, in 1958-1959, that severely burned 8 firefighters and destroyed another 100 homes, proved the beginning of the end for Bohemian Malibu. A perverse law of the new fire regime was that fire now stimulated both development and upward social succession. By declaring Malibu a federal disaster area and offering blaze victims tax relief, as well as preferential low-interest loans, the Eisenhower administration established a precedent for the public subsidization of fire belt suburbs. Each new conflagration would be punctually followed by reconstruction on a larger and even more exclusive scale as land use regulations and sometimes even the fire code were relaxed to accommodate fire victims. As a result, renters and modest homeowners were displaced from areas like Broad Beach, Paradise Cove, and Point Dume by wealthy pyrophiles, encouraged by artificially cheap fire insurance, socialized disaster relief, and an expansive public commitment to defend Malibu. By declaring Malibu a federal disaster area, we already read that. In the absence of fire risk zoning of the sort that Olmsted had earlier advocated, the only constraint on development was the limited supply of water for firefighting and domestic consumption. The completion of a trunk water line connecting Malibu to Metropolitan Water District reservoirs was the signal for a new land rush. The county's Regional Planning Commission promptly endorsed developers' wildest fantasies by authoring a staggering 1,400% expansion of the Malibu population over the next generation, from 7,983 residents in 1960 to a projected 117,000 in 1980. Although the California Coastal Acts of 1972 and 1976, under the populist slogan, "Don't lock up the beach," eventually slowed this real estate juggernaut, as well as squelching such nightmarish proposals as the Coral Canyon nuclear power plant and an 8-lane freeway through the Malibu Canyon. The urbanization of the Malibu coast, Los Angeles' backyard Big Sur, was fait accompli. Don't know what that means. Yet, even as they were opening the floodgates to destructive overdevelopment, county and state officials were also turning down every opportunity to expand public beach frontage, a miserable 22% of the total in 1969. Nor did they show any interest in creating a public land trust in the mountains, which were now entirely under private ownership, right down to the stream beds. Consequently, most of Malibu remained as inaccessible to the general public as it had been in the Ringe era. For people of color, moreover, it was absolutely off limits. As historians of the Coastal Access battle put it, the 7 million people within an hour's drive of Malibu got Beach Boys music and surfer movies, but the 20,000 residents kept the beach. Returning for a final look, UCLA librarian Powell bitterly decried the aristocratization of his beloved coast. In a feverish buying and selling of land, the coast has become utterly transformed and unrecognizable. Each succeeding house, bigger and grander, takes a view of its neighbors in a kind of unbridled competition. Once lost, paradise can never be regained. Developers have bulldozed the Santa Monica's beyond recovery. The Malibu Nouveau riches built higher and higher in the mountain Chamise. Remember? Chamise, with scant regard for the inevitable fiery consequences. The next firestorm in late September 1970 coupled perfect fire weather, drought conditions, 100-degree heat, 3% humidity, and an 85-mile-per-hour Santa Ana wind with a bumper crop of combustible wood frame houses. According to firefighters, the popular siege-shake roofs popped like popcorn as a 20-mile wall of flames roared across the ridge line of the Santa Monica's towards the sea. With the asphalt on the Pacific Coast Highway ablaze and all escape routes cut off, terrified residents of the famed Malibu colony took refuge in the nearby lagoon. Firebrands fell like hellish rain on the beach, and day became night under this gigantic smoke pall. Coalescing with another blaze in the San Fernando Valley, this greatest of the 20th century Malibu firestorms ultimately took 10 lives and charred 403 homes, including a ranch owned by then-Governor Ronald Reagan. Furious property owners, ignorant of the true balance of power between fire suppression and chaparral ecology, denounced local government for failing to save their homes and demanded new, expensive technological fixes for Malibu's wildfire problems. Elected officials acutely sensitive to Malibu's national prominence and political fundraising were quick to oblige. A celebrated example occurred in the late 1970s when the Malibu colony was being pounded by the heaviest surf in a quarter century. Larry Hagman, Dallas's J.R. Ewing, is reported to have told Jerry Brown, the governor of California, "Jerry, do something, goddammit. We're in real trouble. Get your ass down here." In short order, Malibu was declared a disaster area, and National Guardsmen were helping sandbag Hagman's and sometimes Brown's date Linda Ronstadt's home. Meanwhile, developers, racing to stay ahead of the proposed slow-growth coastal legislation, redoubled their subdivision efforts. The subsequent boom only provided more fuel for 3 successive Halloween fires that consumed homes in October of 1978, 1982, and 1985. The first 2 blazes both began in Agoura and roughly followed the route of the 1956 fire through the Trancas Canyon, while the third repeated the itinerary of the 1930 Decker Canyon conflagration. The 1978 fire, which had consumed million-dollar homes in the Broad Beach area, where Powell had lived in the more humble 1950s, also set a new speed record. The fire crossed 13 miles of very rugged terrain in less than 2 hours. The 1970 fire had taken twice the time. One eyewitness described how the rampaging fire front turned thousands of wild rabbits into balls of flaming fur that darted insanely about, only to start new fires at the spots where they fell. The surviving beasts, domestic pets and wild animals alike, mingled in chaos with human evacuees along the beach at Point Dume, while oblivious surfers rode the waves. Traumatized Malibu residents, also battered by disastrous floods and landslides in 1978 and 1980, could be forgiven for imagining that nature was getting angrier at them. A brief postscript. When most of us build or buy a home, we carefully appraise the neighborhood. In Malibu, the neighborhood is fire. Fire that revisits the coastal mountains several times a decade. In the past 60 years, tens of these frequent events have turned into all-consuming firestorms. In the latest conflagration, the Woolsey fire has incinerated 1,500 homes and killed at least 3 people. It started in dry grasslands just south of Simi Valley, the site of the notorious trial of Rodney King's assailants, then crossed a freeway to ignite dense coastal sage vegetation on the northern flank of the Santa Monica Mountains. The range's deep canyons, perfectly aligned with the seasonal Santa Ana winds, once again as bellows, accelerating the fire's rush to the coast where it burned beach homes. The large number of residents lost attests not only to the ferocity of the conflagration, but also to the amount of new construction since the 1993 firestorm. Why more mansions in the fire-loving hills? Because of a perverse fact. After every major California blaze, homeowners and their respectives take shelter in the belief that if wildfire can't be prevented, nonetheless, its destructiveness can be tamed. Thus, the recently incorporated city of Malibu and the county of Los Angeles responded to the 1993 disaster with aggressive regulations about brush clearance and fire-resistant roof materials. Creating defensible space became the new mantra, and it was soon echoed across California in the aftermath of great fires. Yo, what up, Raiders? How's it going, Peden? Peden! Welcome in, everybody. Chat, we are in Hollywood. We're staying safe. We're just finishing up an article by the great Mike Davis. LA historian. We're reading about the ecology. We're reading about why these fires happen. We're reading about how they, it's always been this way. So thank you so much. Thank you for all the new followers. Chat, if you guys like Eden, you're gonna like it here. I'm less cute, but we talk about similar stuff. We love Eden over here. Piss raid. Hey, don't piss on me, bro. But yeah, if you guys don't mind sticking around, we'll get back to the Fire Watch after I finish this article. So where were we? Creating defensible space became the new mantra, and it was soon echoed across California in the aftermath of other great fires, such as those that swept San Diego County in 2003 and 2007, burning 4,500 homes and killing 30 people. So instead of a long overdue debate about the wisdom of rebuilding and the need to prevent further construction in areas of extreme natural fire danger, public attention was diverted into a discussion of the best methods for clearing vegetation, rototillers or goats, and making homes fire resistant. And if edge suburbs and backcountry subdivisions, in fact, could be fireproof, then why not add more? Since 1993, almost half of California's new homes have been built in fire hazard areas. Yet, as a contemporary Galileo might say of defensible space, still it burns. In the last 18 months, 20,000 homes and perhaps 1,000 lives have been lost in one superfire after another. Oh wait, we got ads? You guys are in ads? Wait, my shit is bugging. Welcome in. If you don't like ads, consider subscribing. Consider subscribing. Sorry you got hit with an ad. I would have snoozed it if I was paying attention, but we're reading, bro. We're reading. We're doing the theory, you know what I mean? Such fires are both old and new. Two different casualties are involved. First, vegetation and topography, annually orchestrated by our dry hurricanes, define persistent fire patterns and frequencies. Without human intervention, however, lots of small fires ignited by late summer lightning create an intricate patchwork of vegetation of different ages and combustibility. The 100,000-acre firestorms that we now experience annually did occur occasionally in the aftermath of epic droughts, but in natural fire regime they were rare. Fire prevention in the 20th century, however, nurtured large areas of chaparral and forest into old age, creating perfect conditions for great fires. But as long as so many California towns were surrounded by citrus groves and agricultural land, fire, even in its new, larger incarnation, was usually stopped before it encountered housing. Today, our horticultural fire breaks are gone. Strawberry fields are now aging suburbs. And the quest for beachfronts, mountain view lots, and big trees has created fire hazards that were once unimaginable. Climate change, meanwhile, is coming to California in the form of drought and extreme summer heat, along with episodes of record torrential rain. Although scientists debate whether or not median annual precipitation averaged over decades will actually decline, more of it will fall as rain, not as snow. A serious concern given that our water system depends on the Sierra's snowpack to store and modulate the release of the water that irrigates cities and agribusiness. Moreover, rainfall is no longer an accurate predictor of fire risk. The winter of 2016 to 2017 was the wettest in the history of Northern California, and spring brought the most glorious wildflower display in generations. But July was torrid, and coastal temperatures, usually in the 70s, broke 100 degrees for a week. The greenery of spring was punctually baked into a bumper crop of brown fire starter. When the winds began to blow in October, first Santa Rosa, north of San Francisco, and then Montecito, just south of Santa Barbara, caught fire. 3,000 homes were lost, and several dozen people, mostly elderly and unaware of the approaching menace, died. But nature in California saves one last act, and when the heavens opened up on Montecito's bare burnt hills in January, another 25 people disappeared in fast-moving debris flows. The same encore awaits Malibu and the Sierra foothills over the next few months. Finally, a word or two about Malibu and Paradise. The two cities share three common characteristics. Both are very white. The black population of Malibu is 1.5%. Paradise 0.1%. Relatively geriatric, double the state's median percentage of over 65, and inhabit notorious fire corridors. Indeed, the Paradise area plays into the same elite fire league as Malibu, with 6 massive blazes since 1950, including back-to-back fires in the summer of 2008 that necessitated evacuations that gridlocked Paradise's roads, the shape of chaos to come. But otherwise, the cities are avatars of two completely different Californias. House Valleys and Paradise are half the state's median and a tenth of Malibu's, making it one of the last affordable places in the state. Household income in Paradise is $13,000 below the state median. Malibu's $60,000 above. Paradise has also a unique distinction. Nearly 20% of its under 65 population is enumerated by the last census as disabled. This extraordinary proportion of elderly, sick, and disabled people will undoubtedly contributed to the huge inconsolable death toll. Two kinds of Californians will continue to live with fire: those who can afford, with indirect public subsidies, to rebuild, and those who can't afford to live anywhere else. Oh my god, that was such a good article. I actually fucking loved reading that. I hope you did too. It's true. I mean, like, I loved the insight of like what have we done after previous fires, and the answer is increased development every single time. Increased development. Reinforce this idea that you can, you know, somehow like make this area like unburnable, you know, or you can stop fires from happening. And the truth is that stopping fires from happening makes fires worse when they do happen. This is very important to understand, chat. You know, like this land, this ecology, it requires burning. These are fire hills. This is what the land has done for way longer than humans have been around. And the natives knew this. The Tongva knew this. The Tongva understood this, and they would do controlled burns. They would move, they would leave and burn as they left so that they could control the growth of the fuel. You understand? And it wouldn't take them off guard. But we live in a different world.
Luggage from hotels, from apartment complexes here in this area.
Okay, let's check back in on ABC7.
Including we've also seen
any new evacuations? It doesn't look like it.
Family members waiting for them to be picked up here in this area while there's a lot to...
No new evacuations. I saw somebody in chat saying that this was
seems like crews here with the Los Angeles Fire Department
starting to get under control.
It's obviously going to be an ongoing fight throughout the remainder of the night. And as you can see here, yeah, there's dozens of crews here on the ground, but certainly probably a few up higher in the higher elevation.
Also, chat, how is Peden's stream?
Continue our coverage here and stay on top of whatever goes on. And
we watched her coming out video like last week.
Live from Hollywood, my name is Daniel Ramirez for NBC4. Back to you.
Bro, Hawk, shut the fuck up.
Daniel, you're at the base of what was a historic property that turned into a park decades ago, Runyon Canyon, one of the most popular hiking spots in all of the city of Los Angeles. I know that you're visiting us from our sister station in Los Angeles. We want to thank you for helping us out during this really tough time for our...
Are you putting out the fire with that piss, bro?
They're in their cars or anything of that nature, or even the firefighters themselves.
Yeah,
maybe.
Definitely. We have been able to speak to a few people here. And
we need all the help.
Just a wave of emotions and just a lot to process in the moment. There's including a few people here, residentials, just, I mean, thankfully, and just waiting with faith, with the hope that the flames don't make their way any further down the mountainside. And yeah, like you mentioned, the Runyon Canyon Park.
Yeah, I saw that Kayson's house burn down.
Here in the
apparently he hasn't lived there for like...
Just explore and just...
He like moved out of that house for like 6 months ago.
The LA locals, but definitely for the tourists, that it's an attraction for them to be able to explore this area. But like you mentioned, yeah, we'll hopefully be able to see more of the results once the sun comes out in the next couple of hours, once in the AM hours of the day, to hopefully be able to see, hopefully not too bad of a result of the aftermath of the flames here tonight.
All right, Daniel, thank you so much. We want to check in right now with NBC4's Darcy.
I hope things get better after today.
The fires there. She was there all last.
Don't take this. I'm not sure. Yeah, apparently the winds are supposed to get better, but I don't want to like say that with like confidence because you never know. You never know. Like the thing about these Santana winds is that they're very unpredictable. That's the unfortunate thing about them. Damn, bro, ABC7 just went offline. Why does it say live?
talking about over the Hollywood area. Now remember, these are surface forecasts, meaning the winds right at the surface, and they're fairly light over the next 12 hours or so. But if you get up there in the hills, maybe anywhere between about 400, 500, 600 feet and up, the winds, you can double that. So we're still getting 15 to 25 mile an hour winds blowing at times, and they do pulse now. This is the pulse part of the Santa Ana wind event, where it'll be perfectly calm, and you're going, oh, this is over. And then all of a sudden, boom, you'll get that east, northeast winds that can feed, especially through these canyon areas. Those are the areas that are vulnerable to the fires. When you look at the situation, perfect example. If, for instance, you lived from Santa Monica down into the South Bay, notice there are no canyons here. This is what's called a coastal plain. So if a fire is started in this area, it just doesn't have that big swooping effect, the Venturi effect that we call coming through the canyons. If you live below a canyon or in a canyon, those are the areas that are most vulnerable. If a fire is generated during a Santa Ana wind event, you can be in real trouble, and that's what we see tonight. Now, overall, the winds are dying down. That's pretty much as we had forecast. The center of that low pressure is moving on out to Mexico tonight, and that changes the wind patterns, the pressure patterns, and therefore we start to see a break in that. However, when you have fires already going and you have light northeasterly flows, even through tomorrow and into Friday, they keep the red flags going. The reason for that is because we already have fire. And then when you add to that dry, even if it's not a strong Santa Ana wind, say the winds are blowing 15, 20 miles per hour, that is still a problem. But thank goodness today, what we saw was the establishment of the helicopters that can do drops of heavy drops on these fires. We saw that tonight in the Hollywood fire. Here's a shot of the Palisades. Still some gusty winds there. They will be the last to see those winds back off because there are canyons there above Malibu, and that's why you see the strongest.
Oh, Mel.
Out the Eaton Canyon fire.
Mel put together this?
Problems. Every once in a while, there'll be a little burst of wind out for our friends in the Eaton Canyon area, north of the 210 freeway, La Cañada, those areas, but nothing.
Okay, wait, we have LA mutual aid resources here.
40, 50, and even 60.
Got lists of evacuation shelters, food banks.
How the winds just back off out of the
where to donate. All Power Books is doing, they're like permanently open right now to give mutual aid to people.
Then once you get below the canyons, guess what happens in Santa Ana? They start.
All Planet Fitness gyms in LA are open to members and non-members to use showers, locker rooms, charge devices, or use their Wi-Fi. That's very nice.
The wind fields have not been any different for our friends in the
Sela is open
down in
at the church on Hyperion.
No fire started at all, and so therefore
I'll probably try to go there tomorrow.
Trees and down limbs, but
I've worked with Sela before
up in LA County because the fires were started in a powerful Santa Ana wind event. Air quality, as you may know, has been pretty bad.
Sela's great.
Particulates drift out of the atmosphere.
If you don't know, if you're in LA and you're looking to get involved with more homeless outreach, this is the organization that I work with.
We're still
they're really great. Sela
settling down to the surface. Look at the satellite view. It's a tremendous.
Stands for like Silver Lake, Echo Park, Los Feliz.
Last night, it was right here, just spinning around, powerful.
I don't know what the A is.
Tonight it has moved down.
I don't know what the H is.
Cortez,
Island Park, maybe?
Out of Southern California. We still have a strong ridge of high pressure, and that stays with us for the next 2 or 3 days. So offshore flow remains. High fire danger still, but we just don't have those powerful Santa Ana winds that will be coming through. Thank goodness. There's 8 miles per hour down at Santa Ana. That's 12:10 tomorrow afternoon. A little gust or two coming through some of the canyons up above Pasadena, but nothing super strong there. Here's 7-day forecast then. High fire danger continues, but wind velocities are way down. We're going to keep the red flags going Thursday and Friday. A little onshore breeze, a little humidity on Saturday as temperatures cool. All right. It's one of those seasons, David. And
yeah, he's got perma meteorologist tone.
Turn and look at that on the 7-day. Monday and Tuesday, another blast.
I mean, this is important though.
Will they be
It is important for meteorologists to have this tone, you know, like, because if you're like in a tornado and you're causing more panic, like you're not helpful to anybody. You know what I mean?
course, for all of us.
Like, you need to be calm and like delivering information.
Beaches for surfers coming up the next couple of days. Cooler at the beach in the weekends. Gusty winds in the mountain areas. Still strong up there at about 5-6.
Is incredible. It was just heartbreaking to watch that burn today. And then as we headed up the block, you had, as I mentioned, that food mart. There was also a Bank of America on fire. You keep going up. There were all these different restaurants that.
No, not the Bank of America.
About, you know, people
No.
50 some years, and you know they love
Take anything but the bank.
Man would worship at this mosque, and you know this other business owner. Oh, he went to St. Mark's Elementary School, which is also burned. And you know this one business owner, he's really been a part of this community for a long time. He helped rebuild this area, Joey Galloway. And
why couldn't it have been an orphanage? No, not the Bank of America.
I believe we have that sound.
LA is a wild. Did you send me a fear buck? Okay, we'll check it out.
Poor little girl. Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was.
Fire happening right now.
Say that again.
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay.
What the fuck?
There we go.
Okay.
We got the.
What?
Unacceptable. Gina, the.
Okay, dude. Oh my god, bro. What? Oh my god. Dude, that's insane. Okay, wait. I'm gonna pin this in the chat here. Bro.
All of the conditions are
even Fox is like, whoa, too far. Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't really like. You have to understand. We'll be flipping between a bunch of like local news stations here. They're probably all owned by Sinclair Broadcasting, which is hyper conservative. But like Fox News National is its own thing, and they have like local Fox is not Fox National. So it's gonna be you don't. Most of them are still going to be hyper conservative, but not to the level or the same brand as Fox News National. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Sinclair probably owns like most of these stations, but
if you have concerns
anyway,
as they relate to respiratory problems, if you're experiencing coughing, shortness of breath, call the doctor, go to urgent care, but essentially stay inside if you can, because it's bad out there.
It is.
Across much of the San Gabriel Valley and beyond. I know that Palisades fire yesterday was sort of pushing out toward the ocean, so we avoided a lot of that initially, but things have begun to change, and as this smoke dissipates out across the region, it's not something you want to be involved with.
Yeah, it's you could see it, the smoke from the Palisades fire pushing inland and to the Los Angeles basin, and so it kind of hangs over there. And then you have the fire coming from now the Sunset Fire that's kind of.
Oh yeah, chat. Did you guys see this? Here, check this out. I tweeted this earlier. I've never seen parrots in my neighborhood. I've never seen parrots before. I know parrots are in LA. I've seen parrots in LA before, but I've never seen parrots in my neighborhood. I've only seen parrots in different neighborhoods. There's like 13 of them in this big old tree here. Like, this is just like probably this is the biggest palm tree like on my block, but there was like dozens of them. Of these parrots just like seeking shelter from the wind behind this palm tree. So cool this morning. So cool.
It go as well, you know, meeting them in the middle and settling, plus what's coming from the north and from the east, and I mean it's just coming from all different directions, you know, Vera, and as we check in with you and what the conditions are for the firefighters as well as the winds, because of course that was, you know, what brought us to this point in the first place. You know, we only hope that this is all going to end soon.
Not soon enough, unfortunately, Cher. I mean, I wish I could say, yeah, we're done with it, but you know, the reality is that we're not, and we need to be vigilant. As they were talking about the air quality outside, remember that the AQMD, even as
Yeah, chat. If you have air purifiers, I highly recommend getting like cleaning the filter today. Tonight is a great night to like open up your air filter, get your vacuum, just vacuum out your air filter, vacuum out the inside of your air purifier. I did that today. Chat, look at this. I don't know if we saw this or not. Follow me on Twitter, by the way. I'm posting on Twitter a lot, especially in moments like this. I'm glued to Twitter. So look at this. This was like this morning at noon. So you can see the winds kind of must have changed and started pushing the smoke over to us. And look at it. So at noon we were at 20,000 or 2,000 parts per billion. And then I vacuumed out my air filter, turned it on, plugged it in. Look at that. Look at that fall off, chat. That is really crazy. Look at that. Use air purifiers right now if you have them. Run them all. Oops, my DMs are all open. There's nothing in there interesting anyway. Yeah, look at that fall off. Yeah, seriously, get an air filter, get a purifier. What kind do you recommend? I have no fucking idea. I'm pretty sure I bought mine on Amazon and like, no. Wait, what is this? Oh, they have pictures, but they're like weird. Why are they weird? I don't know. This is like a nonprofit app. It's been really great. I'm not gonna lie, they've been really good. Dude, they're expanding the potential quarantine area. They're expanding into more of Santa Monica, which is really scary. Very scary. If you're in northern Santa Monica, I would try to get out. But apparently, don't take the 10 because the 10 is like a nightmare right now. The city. I'm so worried for my city, dude. I'm so worried for my city.
80 to 90 and 100 mile per hour gusts. Now we're looking at maximum gusts to 60 miles per hour, and most of the sustained winds will be somewhere between 25 and 40. And I've been looking at the sustained winds near those fires, like
What up, Bill?
perhaps like along the.
What happens to the hospitals in this situation? I mean, they have to evacuate. There's also like a youth prison in Altadena. Like a boys detention center in Altadena that is like a mile away from an evacuation area, but hasn't been officially called to evacuate yet. And so they're gonna wait until that's like fully evacuated. Just fucking horrifying.
And along Desert Hot Springs, along the Banning Pass, and of course also along.
Oh, I also wanted to share this, chat.
Red flag warning.
As we're talking about LA's like history of burning, I wanted to share this from Jake from Everything Now Show. Which, by the way, if you don't know Everything Now Show, please go follow Everything Now Show. We're in a serious moment, and this is a very serious tweet here. So we'll just say it. Like, if you guys like the Chevron show, Jake is Michael Boner. Okay, so Jake is a good friend of the show. Somebody I look up to in the streaming space a lot, and just like creatively, I think he's like a genius performer. He shared this today. My house in K-Town burned down in 2021. My 20-something-year-old upstairs neighbor died in that fire. He was sleeping in what was essentially a crawl space that had been advertised as an additional bedroom. And this is in response to another fire that had started in K-Town earlier, but I think is secured. He said, when I tell people that story about that fire, I generally leave out the part about that kid because it's obviously incredibly grim. I literally watched them carry his soot-covered body out the front door while I sat in my car 20 feet away. This shit is no joke. Yeah. Wait, and then he leaked to the article we just read, chat. he literally leaked to the Mike Davis article that we read earlier. Oh. Yo. What? Damn.
In the meantime, that was a nice
You fucking nailed it, bro.
drop that we just witnessed.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh my god. Fucking heroes.
And I understand that you have another structure burning behind you.
That's incredible.
Do we have Chelsea?
Bro.
Okay. In the meantime, that was a nice water drop that we just witnessed.
yeah. I mean,
He just saved the city. Give him the key, bro. Make him mayor. Make this guy mayor. I've never seen anything like that. No.
A number of downed wires and trees, so it's understandable that the coroner has not been able to get in here. And considering everything,
This fire started last night when we were streaming. Probably like, what was it, like 11 or 10 or 11 p.m.?
very sad time for Sherry. She not only lost the family property in the home, but she lost her brother as well in the fire.
Bro, fuck this chat.
Guys, let me throw.
Thank you very much. Boy, you are talking about when we can see some victories, and it's certainly good because you've just seen so much destruction. We're talking with Los Angeles Fire Department Margaret Stewart. Margaret, thank you so much for joining us again. I know we spoke to you last night.
As far as I've heard, there's no containment. No.
Is over Pacific Palisades right now.
Yeah, I'm good, Colt.
We're seeing a lot of fire personnel
At risk?
all the damage there.
I don't know, man. Things are moving quickly.
Is also focusing on the Sunset fire. Can you give us some details on? We don't want to have a false sense of security because.
Yeah, like if this continues to move south, if the evacuation orders continue to move south, although I don't feel like I've heard much updates on this Hollywood fire. The last I heard, they had it more under control, I guess. But yeah, if this continues to move south, like, I'm going to start getting a lot more worried.
Because we seem to think it lies down, but then it flares up. So can you give us what you guys are thinking about and how you're assessing the Sunset fire?
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with the statement of not getting a false sense of security. Obviously, we're in a much better place than we were, 2 hours ago. The airdropping helicopters were able to make a continuous assault. We had both our aircraft and some from LA County, and they are the ones that really do the bulk of the work on this type of a fire.
Yeah, we have a backpack.
Crews on the ground that were working the vegetation along the edges of Runyon Canyon, as well as structural defense. And they were also doing some door-to-door evacuation.
Ray K, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody.
Immediately south of the southern entrance, so from Franklin North,
No, I'm not in
Fuller and Vista. They went door to door in that area because that was
Chat, please go follow Ray K.
threat.
Ray K is an amazing Palestinian streamer. He watches Israeli media and then like translates it for us so you can get the raw propaganda, the raw Hasbara straight to what they're saying to the Israeli public. It's a great resource, very, very interesting streamer. So please go check it out.
So
also, Nori, I didn't see this. I didn't see the signal thing you're talking about.
Tonight to get this fully extinguished so that it doesn't flare up.
I know that Chief Crowley said that there were quite a few fire personnel. I think somewhere around 210 fire personnel help battling this fire. But with the air assault, it has made such a huge difference tonight.
Yeah, we can't underemphasize the power of the helicopter.
Dude.
As we've said, we can't fight this.
Look, I opened my Twitter. Sean, first month in LA and evacuating wildfire. Eric Levi, a journalist friend of mine, evacuating. Caroline, evacuating. UCLA activist friend of mine. We're preparing to leave. Like Jeremy, who's the journalist that I almost went out to eat today with.
kind of a fire from the
Fucking
ground.
scary, bro.
Not possible in that steep and rugged terrain. We just can't do it. So we have an air-to-ground attack, and you've seen what happened.
No, you should be good in Kansas. And also, you can't evacuate because you guys are snowed in still, right?
You know, it's destructive. So our
What up, King Henry?
are an incredibly
What up,
important
Western Bing?
our strategy and our approach on these types of fires.
So the winds seem to be behaving
Hassan hit you with the all right, huh?
fast, and that is they're starting
All right.
to at least slow
He hit you with the all right, huh?
challenging. What?
Well, let me tell you, you got closer. We're unfortunately a little bit closer to this. Last night we were safer. This is not that far. We are well out of the evacuation zones, but it's minute to minute. We got a bag packed.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
For the folks who, let's say, you can see the fire from where you live, but you're not in an evacuation zone, and I ask this because I've received multiple texts from people I know throughout Southern California who keep asking me whether they should leave or not because they could see the fire from a distance. What's your advice to them?
Well, we have 3 pages on lafd.org/news. So we have a page for each of the fires with the evacuation maps. So as you said, if they'll look at the maps, understand where it is.
What up, everybody?
If they're not near it, then
The plan for the stream here is to kind of keep an eye on this. We're jumping back in for probably like another 20 to 30 minutes watching ABC7 coverage just so we get a grasp on where everything is. And then we take a little bit of a break from that. We cover some other stuff. We read a Mike Davis article earlier about the history of fire in this region and the ecology and the development and how every time Malibu has burned over the last 100 years, they've used that opportunity. The federal government and the city government and the state government have all used that opportunity to funnel a shitload of money in there and like redevelop it even bigger than it was before. And how this kind of led us to this place where we have all this development in land that is traditionally meant to burn and burns off like often. And so yeah. Can you link that Mike Davis article? Yeah, I'll try to find it. I think I dropped it in the. Oh no, I saved it in bookmarks. I'll find it.
We'll know right now, but when firefighters start.
I've also got stuff for later about the firefighters themselves. So I've got like a 30-minute creative documentary about the prison firefighters, and I've also got like a 20-minute Democracy Now! Video about the prisoners who are firefighters in California. So we'll have that combo and talk about that for a bit.
Sort of start really trying to dissect how they fought these fires.
Well, anytime we have an incident, we call it a hot wash, or you can call it an after-action review, an after-action report, and we'll evaluate.
City planners should be way smarter than they are, but they're not. I mean, you would think the problem is they're not planning for lives. They're not planning for safety. They're planning for profit. They're planning for profit, and let me tell you, business is booming, baby. The developers are all drooling at this, and the insurance companies all pulled out like in the last 6 months. Fire insurance rates have just vast swaths of the Palisades. Fire insurance companies totally pulled out of, right? Just recently, like in the last year. So everybody's fucking the capitalists are doing great, As a class, this is great for capitalism.
Hence attention. Thank you so much, Margaret Stewart. Thank you very much for making yourself available and talking to
individuals that are going through this are obviously
the Sunset
going through something horrific and torturous.
A lot of our attention.
Let's take you over to the Palisades fire right now and talk to Michelle Fisher to see what.
Yo, Universal Power User, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's a good day to have a good day.
Hi there. So we are covering the Palisades fire more so this evening on the Malibu portion.
Yes, Sean, this is a really good point to bring up. The landlords are already talking about how many rent-controlled units can now be luxury apartments. Exactly. This is something you have to understand, is that even in the Palisades, there are a bunch of people who have lived there for decades who are in rent-controlled areas. And those places are when they're rebuilt, I don't think they're going to get those rates again, Unless there is a city government that is explicitly out there looking after the tenants in specific ways and preventing it, there's no way that those are going to come back under the rent controlled rates. Yeah, and rent control does not go to the new units. This is partially true. I assume you're correct. But however, I will say, like, if a building is like rebuilt, if a developer comes in and like takes down like a old apartment building and then rebuilds it, they actually do have to maintain the previous rent control, like, and they have to put up the tenants in a different space, you know. Like, there are people in my building who are like that, and like they lived in the last building that was on this lot, and they have lived here on this lot for like 30 years and shit, you know.
Making their way up that winding road and using a flashlight of some sort to kind of, I guess, maybe look for hotspots or identify any trouble areas that maybe were going to be problematic. And if so, I would imagine they would maybe get somebody up into that area to try to get a hand on that and
yo, what up, buy it
before it were to flare up. Now, even though we showed you that hill and it looks like those flames are small, perspective, right, and the depth of field, right, is one of the things that we've mentioned as we cover this fire. From our vantage point right here, it looks small, but really when you're up close on those flames, they're huge, they're massive, and they certainly are a threat to homes, not only
yeah, right, Coffin?
Of the hillside.
You good? Yeah, we're well out of it. Emilio Face, thank you for the gifted sub.
As these winds bring those embers down this.
We need to get Obama's number right now. Obama can save us.
Entire blocks of Pacific.
Send Obama in there.
Just leveled and.
Julian Sotoro, thank you for the tier 1.
Images to see. We saw some of those, especially this morning as the sun came up, and it is hard to imagine what these people are coming back home to, and some of the people that live here who still have.
Yo, sweetheart cats, thank you for the gifted to Arun. Let's go.
Lucky, and they might be grateful that their home was spared. There's also sometimes guilt associated with.
I need Obama number right now.
Is still standing, but your neighbor's house is just completely leveled and total loss. So a lot of emotions tonight, heavy hearts for the firefighters, the people that live in these communities, the journalists that are out covering.
Send Biden, he's already there. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Here, let me find it again. Guys, can you please stop typing in the chat? I'm using my mom's laptop and it's getting really hot on my lap.
We're so sorry. We just lost Michelle's audio.
No, it was them. Yeah, dude, look. Guys, calm down, okay? Everybody calm down. Everybody chill out. Gavin Newsom is here and he's got his hands in his back pockets, okay? Okay, chat? Listen. It's seriously, calm down. It's gonna be fine. He's here. He's here to save us. Listen, look, right here. This motion, the point. Okay. Yep, that's on fire. You see, we didn't know. Before this happened, nobody knew. But it's so. I'm so glad that he's here. You know, it's very important. I'm sure that all of these families are going to be fine, you know. Now that Gavin Newsom is here, and Karen Bass flew in, she flew back from Ghana. Karen Bass is in the city. It's true. If anybody missed this, you got to see this.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning?
Yeah, dude. It's a little scarier than it was last night, but we're still way out of the evacuation area.
Nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
Stabby, isn't that pinned in my chat right now?
Musk says that you're utterly incompetent.
That's literally the pin in the chat.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them?
Is she having a stroke? Excuse me, honey. This is called leadership. Maybe you should just sit down and listen, okay?
Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Cheesy Bread, thank you for 5 gifted. I mean, okay, so here's the real truth: is that
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning?
like she may have given a statement if this wasn't the first question. And I'm not tone policing here. I wish it was Film the Police that was interviewing her in this moment. I wish it was Film the Police. I wish she was screamed at. I wish the voice of Los Angeles's rage was screamed in her face on camera. Okay? That's what I think she deserves. However, if we're talking about why she's nonverbal and why she's not answering, just listen to these first two questions. He's Irish, apparently.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam
Okay, that's a great question.
Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
Also, this guy being Irish is the reason that this happened. There's only two kinds of journalists in America who actually do this kind of bird dogging shit. It's like Europeans and it's leftist activists. These are the only two groups of journalists that are actually doing this kind of like on the ground, talking, like asking hard questions to journalists. Like people who don't care about, are not playing the access journalism game and shit like that, Here's another important thing. By the way, if you guys haven't been, if you guys are looking for more places to keep up with this, highly recommend you follow People City Council on Twitter. People City Council is doing a great job of compiling all the news from it and also giving you some background on the city's dynamics and the city politics dynamics. No, fuck Blue Sky. Maple Takes, thank you for gifting a sub, buddy. We really appreciate you.
For
Gotta go follow Maple Takes.
75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance
Why fuck Blue Sky? I don't know.
decided to cancel
I just don't open it. So that's why.
their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. They've lived.
Yes. Because as we talked about earlier, I'm just going to do my coverage I already did because there's so many more new people in here. Major insurer State Farm unilaterally canceled insurance policies for hundreds of houses in the Palisades in 2024, many of which have now burned down. The move was made to avoid financial failure due to risk of fire, as per Newsweek. Like casinos, insurers never like to lose money.
Even though we can still see this thing is over, but it's far from over.
No, absolutely. And what we do here in the Weather Center is we talk about the meteorology, about what's going on. So we're very concerned with humidity levels in the atmosphere.
I mean, listen, it's also like, I mean, it's at the end of the day, like your house is your house, and like financial ruin is a very serious thing that like we need to be like treating seriously. At the same time, though, like people are going to die because of this. Like people will stay home and they'll try to save their house. Like that woman we just watched that interview of, like that woman we just watched this interview of, or where was it? This woman, this is like, she's in the middle of the fire, She's hosing down her house in the middle of the fire in this interview. We watched it live. And she's like literally staying behind in an evacuation area because she's like, we can't lose this. My life is over. She was born in this house. They lived there for 75 years, paid for fire insurance their entire lives. And then suddenly it just wasn't offered to them anymore.
75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. They've lived in.
There's no, like, this kind of, that kind of inhumanity, you just can't really, like, 5 deaths in Altadena, You just can't really, like, it's hard to describe.
And we are beginning with 4 growing wildfires now in Southern California.
This is from earlier tonight.
And authorities say more than 1,000 homes have been destroyed as multiple fires tear through Los Angeles County. Thousands have been evacuated there. Just this morning, that 4th fire spark, the Woodley Fire, began near Van Nuys in the San Fernando Valley early this morning. Fire burning just off of Interstate 4. And we are beginning with 4 growing wildfires.
Oh, what the fuck?
And we
Sorry.
are as multiple fires tear through Los Angeles County. Thousands have been evacuated there. Just this morning, that 4th fire spark, the Woodley Fire, began near Van Nuys in the San Fernando Valley early this morning. Fire burning just off of Interstate 405. As of 6 this morning, the fire had reached 75 acres with no containment. The Woodley Fire, just one of several blazes in Los Angeles County right now. Take a look at this. The Palisades, Eaton, and
This is before the Hollywood fire, too.
all sparked since Tuesday as the region continues to see strong Santa Ana winds. The Eaton Fire, the largest now burning in the area, spread to over 10,000 acres. It is at no containment. Started last night around 6. 52,000 people are under evacuation orders from this fire alone. The next largest is the Palisades Fire at nearly 3,000 acres. This was the first fire that started Tuesday.
They're both above 10,000 acres
No
now.
containment there. Firefighters also battling the Hearst Fire. It sparked last night around 10 behind UCLA Medical Center. Over 500 acres have burned. 2 evacuation centers have opened in the San Fernando Valley. Strong winds fueling these
Stay
fires.
safe, Redmond. Are you evacuating Redmond?
Yorkland has more on the extreme conditions in the Pacific Palisades.
This house.
It's hard to believe more than 24 hours after the flames
and they've had
broke
the
out.
same insurance. And these.
Why did that just stop? Why did that just start on the other tab?
Mountain here, that the wind is still blowing this hard. In the last 24 hours, more than
Yeah, dude, flying into hilly areas with 100-mile-per-hour winds.
But this one in the
That's
Palisades
crazy.
is by far the worst. We're at Pacific Coast Highway and Sunset Boulevard, where the wind continues to blow downhill, which is counterintuitive. Fire usually runs up a hill. But this has been a big problem because the fire actually jumped over Pacific Coast Highway and burned structures on the other side of the road. One of the
Yo, chat, does anybody have that, wait, Squiggles did it, right? Squiggles, do you have that, the tweet of the, like, successful water drop? Oh, here. Dude, watch this. Since we're glazing these pilots right now, you have to watch this. You have to watch this.
And I understand that you have another.
This is so insane.
Behind you. Do we have Chelsea?
Bruh.
Okay. In the meantime,
Bruh.
that was a nice water drop that we just.
Okay, that was a nice water drop. Yeah, right, bro. Elect that guy to be the mayor, dude. Holy fuck.
most important
Waterbender, dude.
tools that fire crews can use are helicopters, airdrops. But the more dangerous the wind is, the less effective the drops are. What happens is the wind pushes the water
Fuck
out
you,
of the way
fire. True.
before it even reaches the ground and reaches its target. So one of the most important firefighting tools available to crews out here, we're standing by unused overnight. So difficult firefighting conditions, and at this point, evacuations and protection of life is the best fire crews can do. I'm Jennifer Bjorklund. Now back to you.
Now to our wildfire coverage. 3 fires in the Los Angeles area have burned thousands of acres and destroyed several homes.
Okay, this is pretty old, I think. They uploaded it 6 hours ago, but if it's like their last night coverage. Let's check NBC real quick, and then we might just move on to firefighters.
Covered wildfires in California since the earliest days of my career, and I don't remember anything quite like the firestorms raging across Southern California tonight. Multiple major infernos destroying more than 1,000 homes and businesses, killing at least 5 people and defying efforts to contain them. Firefighters in Pacific Palisades outmanned and in some cases out of water, hydrants running dry, firefighting aircraft for a time grounded by ferocious winds, some gusting.
I don't even understand that.
Miles per hour.
I don't understand how the hydrants can be dry.
Rows of homes and restaurants along the Pacific Coast Highway were consumed by the flames. This is what it looked and sounded like. Almost haunting, the Pacific Palisades fire growing to nearly 16,000 acres. 40 miles away, the Eaton fire turned deadly and has exploded to over 10,000 acres. Tonight, thousands in the region are under evacuation.
How do wildfires even start?
Filling shelters.
There have been some people saying that it was like a backyard like fire or something that got out of control for this one, but like lightning can start fires. Yeah, a million reasons. Utility lines. Yeah.
Wasteland. You've got rows and rows of homes.
And like with the way the wind is right now, it's really not the problem is really not how it started. It's really the Santa Ana winds right now. The conditions right now are just like a perfect are you know, like it's like the perfect storm of everything going wrong at the same time. And it's exacerbating everything, you know.
But against the odds in Mother Nature, some stayed doing everything they could to fight back.
There are people still here trying to fight this fire with garden hoses. There is still water in this area, but with this much destruction, it almost
put your mask on.
It almost seems futile. You were here fighting by yourself, right?
Yes.
How long have you been out here?
I've been out here since 4 a.m.
4 a.m. trying to protect your home.
Yeah.
Could be a lit cigarette.
You know, contingent of firefighters here.
Yeah.
It seems like it's right in the nick of time. But
Oh, I forgot that firefighters are not. They have different lungs.
Across so many fire lines, from the foothills of the Angeles Mountains to the Palisades.
And then trying to make entrance. They're smashing down that door. They got to go inside. They got to make sure no one is here.
Who else is left in the house? Right. Yeah.
Homeowners on rooftops trying to wet down everything.
Here they come! I'm going to help you! It's hard to show the scope of what's going on.
As we headed down Sunset Boulevard, the loss was worse than any fire we've ever seen.
And this looks like the apocalypse here.
In the chaos, way too.
I have heard some reports of that, Barla, but
hydrants went dry.
They are not.
I don't know.
Designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable.
Water!
Officials say they weren't able to fill tanks fast enough, which would have helped with the water pressure. Something NBC's Morgan Chesky saw firsthand.
Out of every fire hydrant you've seen, what have you?
Elysian is now on fire. Oh yeah, we've seen this. Elysian is on fire now, dude. What the fuck?
Of course, Eaton Canyon, 58 degrees. So temperatures are.
Oh no.
Down. Right now, we're fine.
This is the Watch Duty app. Is really the app you want to use. You're talking about that. What is this? It just means I'm selecting it. It has all the evacuation centers updated. There's also the LA Fire Department's. The LA Fire Department also has a similar map where you can check for evacuations. I don't even think they have that, but here's Elysian over here. So this would be really bad. This is like, if it goes south, it's downtown. Yeah. Dodger Stadium is over there. Although Dodger Stadium is on the top of a big hill and surrounded by a fuckload of concrete. So, probably not. But yeah, I know a bunch of people who live over here. Also, Central Jail, right there too.
Well.
Marley Senpai, thank you so much for this up.
Blowjob brothers.
Most of them are down or low pressure. If you had a hydrant for this building, if we had a hydrant for this building, we might have been able to save the back house.
This apartment complex is untouched for now, but you can see how close those flames are. Firefighters are making their way up. Again, they're having to ignore massive structures like this huge apartment complex that it looks like it's going to go up imminently because they are just overwhelmed. There isn't enough water up here.
The winds also grounding that critical support from the sky for most of the day. And when firefighters were able to make a stand and save a home, there was no victory.
Dude, fuck the Getty.
Just a brief reprieve from.
I don't care about the Getty. This is the only thing I care about. Everybody affected Fuck the Getty.
Of fighting fire against the wind.
Gotti, I feel like you really took us into what it is like there. This devastation goes well beyond the homes destroyed in Pacific.
That place feels like a fucking... I'm sorry. The Getty just, to me, it feels like a fucking like church for white supremacy and Western supremacy. I got so angry when I went there. It's an art museum. There's the villa and then there's like the museum. And the museum is like a bunch of like, it's just like a bunch of like fucking fascist Twitter profile pictures. If I'm being honest, if you're trying to be a fascist and you need a new profile picture, go to the Getty and take a photo of the art there.
Yeah, well beyond the homes. The scope of this is so difficult to comprehend. We've seen schools, we have seen synagogues, we've seen churches here along the Palisades. This is the heart of the Palisades. You've got a restaurant, I mean, down to the banks.
Yeah, Getty is also the newspaper thing or whatever. They like license photos.
We've been in the neighborhoods above, below, and to each side of the heart of the Palisades. And so far, they're saying about 1,000. That's a preliminary number, 1,000 structures lost. We can tell you that number is going to climb significantly. Lester.
All right, Gotti, thank you.
Wait, what is the spider? What?
Destruction on this scale. Today, our Liz Croyt saw some of the worst of it.
A massive and deadly wildfire emergency is unfolding in Southern California.
Wait, what is the spider?
All right, we got this crazy wild situation.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck you just sent me, but I love it. I'm in already. I'm in already. What the fuck is this?
Over in California with the fires. And I understand that the fire came very near the Getty Villa. Well, once upon a time, a little birdie told me, the little birdies that hang around me are special little birdies that know special things. And once upon a time, a little birdie told me that there is an aspect, a largely physical aspect, that embodies the essence of the black goo.
Chat, am I weird or is Tooth Gap kind of low key like hot? I think Tooth Gap is actually kind of cute.
That is.
I mean, hers is very, very, very wild, but it can be cute.
Kept and contained inside of a frequency pin, basically, underneath the Getty. So when I saw that the fire was going near it, I thought, what would happen if the Getty burned? What would happen to our friend who's locked underneath, contained in a frequency field? They cannot let that burn.
Okay, I'm imagining just like a little spider. I'm just imagining like a little bitty spider. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is a little bitty. There's probably a lot of spiders. Spiders are everywhere.
They cannot let it burn because she will be released. And not for nothing, but I think she's on our side at this point.
Wait, she's on our side? Bro, this woman is posting. Wait, this is just a congregate account. How do I find the original?
Something that I...
Wait, I need more. I don't really understand.
This crazy
Evelyn's Eve of Eloquence reboot. I need this woman to tell me everything.
All right, we got this crazy wild situation over in California with the fires.
Black goo equals vril equals hashtag soulless, hashtag parasitic, hashtag energy sucker equals black eye club. Oh, this makes so much sense. Oh.
I understand that the fire came very near the Getty Villa.
That makes sense.
That once upon a time, a little birdie told me, the little birdies that hang around me are special little birdies that know special things. Once upon a time, a little birdie told
Yo, Ski-Duck, thank you for the sub.
me that there is an aspect, a large
Dude, the
physical
follow this minute into subscribed at this minute, that's fucking awesome. Thank you.
aspect that embodies the essence of the black goo that is kept and contained inside of a frequency pin, basically, underneath the Getty. So when I saw that the fire was going near it, I thought,
Is this the same video we just watched? Because it's like so incomprehensible. Like everything she says goes in one ear and out the other. So I'm like, I can't really fucking understand. I'm like having to very hardly, I'm really having to focus on anything that she's saying. Like I am doing everything but listening to anything she's saying. I need more spider content, chat. Is this the only time she posted about this? Wait, she posted about Star Trek. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck?
all right, we got this crazy wild.
Okay, chat. That was, I don't know. I need more. I need more. Until then, we're gonna check out this report. It's an old report, but it's from 6 years ago, but I think it's very, very present right now for what we're going through.
I haven't talked about black goo in
Okay, never mind. Never mind. We're not doing that.
quite a while, but this is bringing it back to the forefront. This lovely pregnancy announcement by Megan Fox. I'm going to use this photo as an opportunity to refresh everyone's memories about the black goo.
The black goo
Channel was much more.
What is it?
And the majority.
Is she talking about the tar pits? Like La Brea? She was talking about the tar pits?
Majority of my teaching when I first started was about the black goo.
We do have black goo in LA.
The black goo is an intelligent, programmable plasma with its tiny pieces being intelligent plasmoids. It has been...
Oh! Wait, it's the fucking it's the Spider-Man thing? No, it's literally This is why you guys were saying Venom. Oh my god.
The crux of many terrible things that have happened on this planet.
The symbiotes, yeah.
A way of influencing anyone who is near it. What it does is it magnifies and amplifies whatever it is inside you that you already are. Whatever's already there. So if you have a beautiful, pure heart, it has the potential to amplify that. However, it seeks for the densest, most low vibrational imprint within you. And it will try to inflame that first. It is possible to overcome it, but it is very difficult, and you would need to know what the black goo is and how it works. Otherwise, best thing to do is just avoid the black goo altogether. This substance was known
Chat, avoid the black goo. Avoid it.
in ancient times as
Do not touch it.
black G.
Unless you have a very pure heart. Okay, this is an important distinction.
GU being an energy is basically an embodiment of negative energy that is on the planet. It is also the physical representation of Satan.
What? Wait, isn't that like a seasoning? That's not Satan. That's like Satan. Satan. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a seasoning. It's like a gluten alternative. Yeah. A meat substitute. Yeah.
of the Satan system, S.A.T.A.N. That
What?
intelligence, that ancient parasitic intelligence that moves through the quartz systems under the earth. This liquid moves through the quartz systems. It's inside the earth. People have often thought that it was oil, that it was representing oil. The black goo is not oil. The black goo is this intelligent plasma that lives as sentient and conscious within our earth, that moves through these quartz systems, that is a physical representation of the Satan parasitic intelligence. These so-called celebrities, they will ingest little micro pieces.
Whoa! Whoa!
Enhance. So say they have a little bit of talent, it will enhance. There was an American horror.
Bro, I need this. Yo, chat, can anybody plug? Any plugs in the chat? Yo, if you're a plug, reach out to me on Discord. I need this. I need this black glue. I need this as somebody who has just a little bit of talent, I need this shit, bro. I will give you everything.
Story season or a half season that told you all
You have to drink it through a twisty sippy straw.
about this.
I'm down.
And how the celebrities,
I need a goo plug right now.
they take it, they ingest it, and if they have any talent at all, it will enhance those gifts. But you
Dude,
have
I really, guys, this is what I need. If I'm gonna be a 10K Andy, I need this, bro. I fucking need this.
prepare your vessel to ingest black goo. Otherwise, it will make you crazy. So you have to do a slow, energetic degradation in order to prepare your vessel for ingesting the black goo, and that's a whole other video. This has been the subject of many, many wars. Almost every war that you have ever seen has been fought under the influence of the black goo beneath
Under the influence?
the earth, where the battles are taking place.
Beneath the
The
earth?
Falkland Wars were a war to control an extraordinary deposit of black goo beneath the earth at that location.
Even the Falkland Wars? Like, what the
Is
fuck?
more ancient than ancient. She uses this planet to feed and enrich herself
Not the Falkland Wars.
on lower vibrational energy.
No, she explicitly said it was not oil.
Dominant
She
energetic
said a lot of people, low energy beings, think it's oil. It's not oil.
on this planet. It
You cannot enhance your talent by ingesting oil.
is possible to reverse her polarity, but it would take extraordinary effort. It would take conscious,
Especially the Emu
it
War.
would take us healing ourselves as a society. If we were to heal, she could also
It's Satan, yeah.
utilize her for our benefit. But the chances of that happening without
Fire in Studio City now, too? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Not too far, but not too close either. Probably about a half a mile, I would say, up from Ventura Boulevard, which is on the right side of your screen, right there. No traffic on Ventura. Right
Oy,
now.
oy, oy.
We have a few engines. I'm almost a little bit surprised that there's not more reinforcements already up here, but they're probably
The house in Studio City?
as we speak. But as we know,
But it started from a house?
resources are stretched thin. It's really worth repeating. Now go ahead and push right back into the home right there.
Oh my god.
Of brush, a lot
Bro.
of fuel right behind this house.
Oh no, that's really scary,
The
chat.
spreading of this fire, whether it started as a house fire or
Oh no.
that is wildly spreading here up the hill. So
There's probably like no evacuation order for that. Like that's just, oh god.
And I've got it, I think, on our map right here. It's Sunswept Drive, and the intersection or the other street that's nearby is Goodland. So it looks like it's basically right here. And zooming back out, you've got Ventura Boulevard here. That's Whitsett. So as you say, it's about
Fires are popping off all across the city now. Very dangerous.
from Ventura and Whitsett, which is, of course, a pretty busy intersection in the San Fernando Valley. Probably not very busy right now, given the hour and the situation that we find ourselves in. But you can see there's a hillside. You've got some brush and some vegetation here. Homes all along these streets, very narrow streets. And
Elysian's really scary too.
live in this area have been adhering to.
That's just like a fuckload of fuel. A lot of dry trees, a lot of like
to get in there,
hilly open areas, parklands.
That one home, it looks it's pretty badly damaged.
I mean, I would guess to say it's pretty much destroyed. You can see it fully engulfed in flames.
Did people get out?
Again, that the smaller structure right to the left of it looks like it might be a whole different home. It doesn't. At first, I thought it might have been attached, but it looks like a different home.
Same here. Yeah, this is two separate house fires for sure. And as visual as this is, I'm concerned because
it's collapsing.
Behind the house, there goes the front of the facade.
Oh, you cut away when it collapsed, you fucking idiots in the back room.
That is going to send a whole
You dumbasses.
straight up that hill, flying up to the
Oh my god.
houses. And now you have a real situation because already, as I was just about to say, you have a hillside that is on fire. Not just these houses. Obviously, those houses are creating quite a spectacle. But behind those houses, there is a hillside that is now firmly on fire. You can see the glow coming from those little fires behind it. And then if we come back out to the left,
Dude, that's so horrible.
second property, which it does look like that other spot fire may have burned itself out unless somebody put it out. But we can focus back on these two house fires, which are going up right now as we speak in real time. These two, obviously, a complete loss.
Was the guy up there? I don't know. I don't know if anybody was in the house or not. If they were able to get out.
As we do that, if we need to warn the people in the area, as we did with the.
There's no evacuation notice for Studio City.
That are going to be,
you know, like this is
or
a different area.
This house, which is
like over here, kind of, right?
Sunswept Drive. The people who are nearby who might want to think about moving on or getting their belongings out of their homes.
Or where is Studio City?
Given that this new fire has erupted in Studio City. If we zoom out a little bit, if it's possible, let's maybe take a look at some of those other streets and give a bit of a warning.
Yeah, Studio City. Yeah, I was right. It's like right here.
That looks like it's good.
So that fire's right here. They still haven't updated or added any evacuation notices.
Yeah, just
for that area.
Are in that
like
area,
here.
Basically looking up towards the top of the screen. That's Avenida del Sol, Alta Mesa Drive. Keep an eye on this. We're not going to say necessarily that you have to go, but you.
Yeah, it is. It's on the other side of the hills, and it's also upwind or like downwind. Like
the good news,
it's downwind, so it's
And it would be great.
very weird.
The helicopters and the air.
Like that's not the wind. The direction of the wind is going towards Hollywood.
That LA City.
Although I assume that the gusts are like the Santa Ana Valley. The gusts are so strong and that they're like. You know, it could just like kick an ember up into the air and catch a different thing and send it somewhere else, I guess, you know. It could happen.
This is a dramatic fire. This is very visual. And again, this area, there are
no, Colt, it's downwind. The winds are going south, southerly right now.
Even though you're right up against the brush.
So this is north of the fire.
Great to see a water drop right there.
Or I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the words are.
I would say, if you have.
I think I'm being clear though. Upwind, okay.
Or you know the conditions out here. We're still ripe for dangerous fires right now, and right now would be a very good time to get that ready, set, go plan and maybe execute it so you don't get stuck in a bottleneck.
Indeed, and
what the fuck, Maya? Magic Castle?
Earlier, if you think that if you got a warning and you think you want to move out and evacuate,
nah, that's behind it.
Evacuation itself takes you through the area that's in trouble.
No.
That and creating
no. This is behind it. There's the Magic Castle is not burning.
Is if you're in an area that's under warning and you feel like you should get out, go ahead and get out.
Just trust your instincts. I think that is probably the best advice. I know that if I were near this home, I just think, best to get out, even if.
Bro, the ABC 7 is in Burbank.
There's a.
Well, you are near that home.
Active firefight. It is good to see LA City Fire here. Fighting this fire, because I know last night they were so stretched then when we were talking about the Palisades fire. Some homes they didn't have any fire protection on it because there was just too many fires that were happening.
All right, and what we're seeing, though, what we didn't see last night, 24 hours ago, what we're seeing tonight is that when these fires happen, you're getting a response that's pretty immediate and pretty direct.
Is there no electricity? Oh, whoa.
Because
oh, whoa.
We've got units that have been coming in from different parts.
You see that?
Go ahead. Chris, were you going to say something?
No, I'm sorry. We've got some sparking coming right next to the
Oh, shit.
it looks like might be I don't know, maybe a power line that caused that. I don't know. We caught our attention there. We're still keeping a close eye on this because this is...
Bro, it's really scary because there's all those firemen down there.
There may not be any evacuation orders in place yet for this. And
Oh, well, I mean, we know what caused it.
this house, if you live...
I mean, that's the thing, Chad, is like the wind is so bad that it's taking down trees, which are, and it's pushing, like power lines into trees. Like it's that is also causing fires too, and it's exacerbating this problem. That's why they're popping up like this all over.
That are down there right now. The only way...
Yeah, Hassan got Will and Caroline.
Water drops out here, which I presume...
It's still sparking. Look, you see it?
As we speak. But right now, you can see as clearly as we can, this fire is burning
You see it?
out of control.
What are you seeing in terms of spot fires that are breaking out uphill from this house at this point?
Good question, Lucas. Go ahead and tilt up. Go ahead and tilt up behind the homes. Behind the homes, there is a lot of brush that is now smoldering behind it. There is an orange glow coming. Go ahead and push in on the grass. There's brush, and right in there,
Oh,
you
shit.
see a whole side of the hill that is smoldering. There's spot fires in there. In fact, some of those weren't even there a few minutes ago. So this fire is indeed spotting, and another spot to the left. Another spot to the left. This is going to be a couple hundred yards away at the end of
Viewcrest Road.
I didn't catch that street. What is that? Is that
Viewcrest.
Viewcrest Road. At the very end of Viewcrest Road is a spot fire that was almost certainly started by the embers from that house fire. So this
Jesus
is how fast it
Christ.
happens. And this one is almost more concerning in some ways, guys, because now you have an entire side of the Hollywood Hills, opposite Hollywood, that is completely threatened by that fire right there.
Yeah, and Chris, we're
And I mean, look, you can see
viewers who are really
these like road things are kind of annoying, but they also like give you a good dynamic. Like a lot of these places, it's windy single roads that houses are branching off of, and like if something blocks those roads, you got like one other option to get out. So this is very dangerous for these people up here too.
because we're talking about how people, if they feel like they need to go, just follow your gut instincts and go. Mark, you have the touchscreen right there.
Well, yeah, and I was able to find it here. So basically, where the house is that's on fire is basically right here, this corner.
This is urban, man. This is pretty close to LA.
So the
like, look at I'll do the map thing too here. So this is the fire that we're looking at in Studio City. Here, here's Hollywood. If we zoom all the way out, this is downtown Los Angeles. Hollywood is like up here area. Echo Park is over here. Elysian Park is right here where we were seeing there's a small fire earlier. The news does not seem to be paying attention to the Elysian Park fire, so maybe that's not that bad. The Palisades, which are like 70-80% totally burned now, devastating fire, is over here. And what we were worried about for a lot of the time was Santa Monica. Okay. The Santa Monica, Brentwood, Westwood area. This area here is very densely populated. It is basically like a second city that is attached and like merged with Los Angeles. It's still obviously a part of Los Angeles, but if you're looking at it, you'd be like, wait, what are all those big tall buildings over there? That's downtown Santa Monica, which, as you can see, is directly in the evacuation path by the moment, so this is very, very scary. It was already scary with Santa Monica threatened, but now that Hollywood is also threatened, Hollywood is even, more densely populated than Santa Monica probably. A lot more working class areas, tenements, like tenements, I guess you would call them, apartment buildings. Especially up even close to close to Runyon Canyon here.
you know, where I assume like Will and Caroline live. Like these are all big apartment buildings too, with like, you know, dozens of apartments inside, you know. So it's very scary. And then up here is the worst fire so far, the Eaton fire in Altadena, which has killed 5 people and is like spreading through a lot of this like very dense urban area of like working class, you know, working class families in Altadena. So yeah, very, very scary. We're gonna keep an eye out on all of these things.
Structure call out. So they responded out here to a structure fire to find these houses on fire, not only 1 but 2. But what we've seen, and
No, the other fires are not under control at all, Sigan.
you just said that, Mark. You know, if this
0% containment, last I heard.
entirely different situation on our hands right now. You have a fire that they're fighting. They have their hands full with this, especially because of the terrain and the brush behind the homes. But if we widen out and go ahead and pan over,
And I mean, that's the thing is that
and there are multiple spots
today the fire department was just like point blank saying we do not have the ability to be able to control this many fires at this scale across the entire city like this. Like we are basically, you know, hopeless. We have nothing. We cannot do that. We cannot help you. Like, and now even more are sprouting up over and over and over again, you know? How historic is this? Like, what are we talking? I mean, we'll have to see how it develops, right? This is a fluid thing right now. I don't think we'll really know the answer to that until, like, you know, this weekend probably. So I'm close to this one. Get out, bro. If you're in Studio City, I would evacuate right now.
you know, not to be taken lightly.
Which brings me to a question I have.
Pack a bag, get out.
Meteorologist, you have been watching the winds, and you have been telling us that they are basically kind of on the schedule that you told us. They are dying out. What's the situation as far as the winds are concerned in this part of the San Fernando Valley?
Powerful winds tonight, but they are still there, and it's very, very dry. And as Chris mentions, when he's up there in Air 7 and watching.
Chat, we do have a mutual aid resources link pinned in the chat. So if you live in LA and are looking for evacuation shelters, if you're looking for somewhere for your animals to go, if you're looking for a food bank, if you're looking for any kind of mutual aid, Planet Fitness gyms are open for showers and locker rooms. You know, so SELA is open. This is the document. So if you need anything, please reach out to any of these people, any of these organizations. Go to these places. We can help you. We can help guide you if you need in the chat.
Before, the winds are not a big problem there, but anytime you have fire and you have 8-9% humidity, and anything could happen. So this is still a very dangerous situation. And when we look at the red flag warnings, look at the time we have to go through, all the way through Friday now. Even though the winds are not as powerful, they're still dry, coming in out of the east and
oh my God,
and we'll see that on through tonight into tomorrow. Again, no powerful winds are in the forecast at this time, but we're continuing to watch this every moment. The latest equipment comes in, the latest feeds from our computer modeling. We can see exactly, and we can pinpoint.
I didn't see that, Sigan.
Winds fairly accurately.
You're gonna have to link it.
Though it's nothing like remember what we saw last night, it is still out there, and the red flag warnings will continue through Friday.
Absolutely, and you know we're talking about it, but this is absolutely impacting several people, several families' lives right now. Where we say the winds have died down, but
what? Pasadena said the tap water is unsafe,
and all the memories created breaks again each time we're seeing home after home destroyed. It doesn't matter if there's not a lot of wind. Just seeing this is.
Here's another Google Doc.
What is heart warming is that.
Donations.
Firefighters there who are doing something and keeping this from spreading. 24 hours ago, that's not the case. This house would have burned up all by itself.
Please fill out this forms if you're able to offer rides for people evacuating. Ride matching is being coordinated by If Not Now Los Angeles. Your data will not be used for anything other than coordinating rides. Oh, there's my email. This form will be deleted when it is no longer needed, and your data will not be stored anywhere else.
Available for our local fire agencies, and
interesting. Okay.
By dying down, as Dallas said, so things are getting.
You can do that.
But we're not out of the woods yet, as he said.
Take care, Maya.
Red flag warning is remaining in effect. It's still in effect tonight, and even
here's the unsafe water.
Apparently, it was
the unsafe water notice. Do not drink your water in the evacuated areas. Debris and elevated turbidity from the Eden fire potentially impacted Pasadena's water and power drinking water system. Oh God. Not use the tap water for drinking and cooking in the impacted areas until further notice. Oh God. Do not try to treat the water yourself. Boiling, freezing, filtering, adding chlorine or any other disinfectants, or letting water stand will not make the water safe. We will inform you when tests show that the water is safe again. Expected time frame for resolution is unknown and dependent on evolving fire, wind, and related conditions. Goodness. This notice is being sent to you by Pasadena Water and Power. Oof.
of legendary. The people in LA don't talk to each other, don't talk to their neighbors. It's time to start. And if you don't want to necessarily go up, bang on somebody's door or whatever, there are, you can start a chat group. You can start a text group or a text chain.
Haven't we been hearing that now? People having the WhatsApp group, and it's been so helpful.
Right. We have one right now. I was able to kind of get something out to the text chain in my neighborhood, and so letting people know that this is happening,
be aware,
and to be aware, and different things that have been going on throughout the last 24 hours. And it's helpful because people offer tips. People say, "Hey, this person."
No, Luna, they're saying that something compromised the quality, so it's unsafe to drink.
It just helps.
It's not even like a do not use water because we need it. It's
Dr. Lucy Jones.
Something in the fire. Something fucked up the water supply.
It's not necessarily because you're really helping each other. It's feeling connected to each other, and you are all in the same situation, and you're trying to help each other, and it gives you that sense of happiness and fulfillment when you know you're helping one of your neighbors. What if you do have a neighbor who hasn't had the power and they're older and they need your help? Again, you're right. A lot of us don't know all of our neighbors, but it really does make, maybe this is one of those, I think, we just heard how firefighters, they'll look at this whole last episode of events and they'll do like a hot wash and sort of do deep.
And he had the back. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us. I stood next.
Wow, we can really tell. Let me tell you, Gavin. Let me tell you, man, we feel it, brother.
Well, for those of you who are maybe just joining us or who want an update on this situation that is on our left, that is in Studio City. This is a new fire that erupted. Apparently it was a call out because of a house fire, but given the situation and the conditions in which we are all dealing with right now, you've got the very dry winds and the very dry conditions. There has been spotting and the danger that this will spread to other homes. That's why we are over it right now. Chris Christie is there. This is in Studio City, just about a half.
Oh, yeah, they're on the ground. That's crazy.
So that's certainly what we're concerned about tonight. We're watching the newest fire that broke out on Ventura and Whitsett, making its way up Sunswept Avenue. And then about, I guess, concern.
Tabsterger, reminder, this is an unnatural disaster. This is a result of decades of corporate meddling from big oil, denying science, lobbying against solutions, investing in exacerbating the issue. This is a crime. Yes and no. The truth is this land has always burned. Santa Ana winds have always been this way. They're unpredictable and they come and they're very, very strong. All of the environmental like concerns of this have always existed. However, yes, they are going to be exacerbated and happen more frequently due to climate change for sure. Yeah, you're right about that. But it is like this is the natural state of the land. It's not unnatural for this to burn, which is an important distinction to make too, because as we get past this and go into a new area. Yo, Aetherial, thank you so much for the sub. As we start to like recount and rebuild the city after this is finally over, we need to decide: are we going to like subsidize further development in these burn areas? Are we going to subsidize further development in these burn areas, or are we going to like recognize that this land is not tameable? The only way you do controlled burns is if nobody lives there, chat. You can't control burn a house. You can't control burn a neighborhood. That's not how that works.
Don't know which home it started in. If it started in the large 4-story home, it sounds, listening to the radio traffic that I'm listening to, it does sound like that was their primary home where it started. And then,
have you tried? I mean, we're looking at it.
And then to that other home.
There is no controlled burning this.
It looks like they did get that, that spot fire we were looking at, and whether or not it was,
thank goodness,
as a result of it.
Yeah, and Nate King, like the article we read earlier, right? I highly recommend everybody check out that Mike Davis article here. I still got it in my copy and paste. Check out this Mike Davis article. It's incredibly good. It will answer all of these questions about this. We read it earlier before Hassan went offline. But like you can't the fire resistant and like being like, fires can't happen and we have to stop them as soon as they start. That actually exacerbates and makes the fires worse when they do happen. Because when you have 20 years of like growth of buildup, chaparral is what they call it. That is a very potent fuel, and it'll burn hotter if it hasn't burned. Like this land burns. That's just a fact of the ecology of the land. You know what I mean? It's always burned. It's always burned. But like, guys, you can't do a controlled burn in the Hollywood Hills. I don't know how to tell you that. Like, you'll never do a controlled burn in the Hollywood Hills.
But 25 or 140 water tenders will be significant, and especially if each one can carry 2,500 gallons of water.
Well, that will be very helpful.
Yeah.
There's no
Sure
question
will.
about that.
And look at that, Pat. I see some flashlights there on the upper right side of the screen there. You can see the fire crews there. There's another stream of water hitting this collapsed home now. And it looks like they're getting a good, upper hand on this fire.
No, it's specific parts of LA.
And look how dangerous, though, that fighting these fires are. We see them on the roofs of buildings so many times, and we fear for them, thinking, oh, it's going to collapse at any moment. So they certainly have their safety precautions. We're very, very sure of that, and they know what they're doing. But it still seems rather, it could be dangerous anyway.
Well,
horrifying,
so
bro.
Dark too.
It's so dark.
Yeah, super dark. And it looks like, luckily, the way that I was just looking at a map too, there's a real big concrete retaining wall. So it looks like, and just looking at this video from the chopper here, when it collapsed, luckily I was so concerned that it was going to collapse downhill, right, and hit some of those fire crews. But it looks like the retaining wall was able to collapse almost into itself instead of tumbling down.
Yeah, Mari.
And hitting some of those fire crews that are down there. Where they're, we looked at it a little bit earlier, but they've still got that gas line challenge that they're dealing with. That's, natural gas is shooting out into the air as well down by some of their fire engines.
Yeah.
So they'll have to deal with.
And you're right. They do some controlled burns.
But you know what? Doesn't the gas company? It's not like they arrived.
But the truth is, like, this fire didn't start outside of the city and spread in.
Emergency dispatch crews, so
they're kind of like these fires are rapidly starting all over the city. It's like
just kind of roaming around out there. So I'm sure they'll be able.
It's just very scary.
Decently fast and be able to shut the gas off.
Our Marxist, that's good to see. Welcome in, Flower.
We've been talking about.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the fire. What time is the fire dispatch again? It was 8:52. Was the time the fire call came out. So we're almost an hour.
Less
into
than
this
an
now.
hour. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it seems like they could have. I don't want to say, because we don't know what else they've been dealing with as well. They could be spread out in other areas that need attention.
Yeah.
Those fires that have burned in Palisades and Malibu and even Eaton for that matter, and possibly the Sunset Fire. But that seems to have been one that was more easier to distinguish.
And you got these like
or
just
get under control.
Yeah, you got the entire streets there just lined with fire engines all the way down. This is a look at Ventura and Whitsett, as we were talking about. Looks like you got, I can't tell if that's, you got some fire crews there that are staging some of their command vehicles that are down there, some of the bigger wigs that are dealing with that. LAPD down there blocking the street as well. So we're putting in a call.
Okay, Chad, we're going to keep an eye on that. But we're also going to talk a little bit about the people who are fighting the fires. Faye's house has burned down. Faye's up.
Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace.
Wait, we have new evacuations? Wait, so they're saying like this area should get ready for evacuation? Because that's crazy. That's a lot of fucking people, chat. Anyway, we're gonna go to Democracy Now. This is an old video from 6 years ago. What are you sending me now? Why are you sending me a Discord channel?
Report, I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from San Francisco, the site of this.
Okay, stop distracting me. I've been trying to watch this video for a long time. Okay, this is a in the field reporting from Democracy Now! Rare about incarcerated firefighters battling California wildfires.
This week's Global Climate Action Summit. We begin today's show behind the scenes of California's raging climate-fueled wildfires with the hidden men and women on the front lines of the state's ever-growing fire season, prisoner firefighters. Of the 13,000 firefighters battling blazes across California, more than 2,500 are incarcerated. While salaried firefighters earn an annual mean wage of $74,000 a year plus benefits, prisoners earn $1 per hour when fighting active fires. According to some estimates, California saves up to $100 million a year by using prison labor to fight its biggest environmental
Disgusting. Bro, what?
Problem. In August, California Governor Jerry Brown thanked the firefighters on the front lines, including those who are incarcerated.
We've heard there's a tremendous effort fighting these fires, and I want to personally thank all the firefighters who are on the line, the members of CAL FIRE, also the National Guard, and the thousands of inmates who are also on the line fighting to protect lives and bring these fires to a quick close to the extent that's at all possible.
Incarcerated firefighters live in 44 low-security field camps throughout California, including 3 camps for women and 1 for juveniles. They're routinely called upon to fight the state's most dangerous fires. In the last year alone, the state has seen the largest fire in California history, the Mendocino Complex Fire, and the most destructive, the Tubbs Fire in 2017, which killed 24 people and destroyed more than 5,600 homes. In 2017, prisoner firefighters spent 4 million hours on active fires. As climate change leads to longer and more dangerous fire seasons in California, and the state's firefighting agency, CAL FIRE, is running out of money, California is increasingly relying on its prisoner fire force to combat wildfires. Prison firefighters earn time off of their sentences for good behavior, typically 2 days off for each day served. But critics of the program say the state is exploiting prisoners' eagerness to earn time for early release.
Bro, it should be, I'm sorry, but it should be a day off for every hour served. Come on. Also, I'm not vegetarian. Thank you for the prime.
Well, the Democracy Now! Team traveled to the Delta Conservation Camp about an hour north of San Francisco Sunday to a low-security prison.
At least.
More than 100 men are imprisoned. We interviewed incarcerated firefighters who had just returned from a 24-hour shift fighting the Snell fire in Napa County. We spoke
24-hour shifts?
to them under the close surveillance of prison administrators. I began by talking to some of the officials from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
My Sergeant Reeder. I'm the assistant camp commander at this camp.
And what fire did they just come in from?
They come up from the Snell fire.
And where is the Snell fire?
It's southeast of Middletown.
And how long has it been burning?
Yesterday afternoon. It started, I think, about 3 o'clock yesterday, and it went up to 1,700 acres by like 8 o'clock last night.
And how important are these fire camps of incarcerated people to fighting fires in California?
The inmate firefighters are the backbone of CAL FIRE. They get the toughest assignment there is out there.
What's the toughest assignment?
Whatever they're asked to do. So usually it's cutting line where a dozer can't go. So they get the toughest assignments in the worst conditions, 110 degrees in the middle of the sun, wearing 2 layers of clothing, carrying 40 pounds of gear.
Oh my God.
To carry all their food and water for a 24-hour shift and then swing a tool the whole time.
And you're saying they do the toughest jobs?
They get the toughest assignments there is.
How much do they get paid?
$1 an hour.
So the state is really dependent on these prisoner firefighters?
Definitely, yes. They save a lot of money for the state.
You know about how much?
I've heard anywhere from $60 to $100 million a year.
My name is Tracy Snyder. I'm a correctional captain with CDCR, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
And talk about what happens here.
Chat. You may find yourself as the captain of a large prison operation. And you may ask yourself, my God, what have I done?
DCR, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
And talk about what happens here. How often do they fight fires? How often are they just here at camp?
So obviously fighting fires, that's unpredictable. Last year was one of our biggest fire seasons.
No need to drag David Byrne into this. Hey man, I didn't hire him. I don't know why.
15 was
I'm just making a joke about her jacket.
Another big fire season. Last year, obviously, fire season lasted for somewhere around 6 to 8 months.
He didn't burn down the... Bro! All right. Okay. I'm sending you my stream key.
The Santa Rosa fire, the Napa fire, these guys responded to that. The Thomas fire down in Southern California.
Would you call these men heroes?
I would, yes. They do an excellent job for the state of California. When you see the devastation in Santa Rosa and Napa last year and Montecito down in Southern California with the Thomas fire, these guys, as the sergeant said, they're the backbone. They do a great job, and I appreciate them.
After the returning firefighters have breakfast, I sit down with a few of them under the watchful eye of prison officials.
Bro, look at how many cops are around watching this interview.
I sit down with a few of them under the watchful eye of prison officials.
So nothing that's said in this.
Dante Youngblood, I came to camp 14 months ago. I've been in jail 9 years.
How much more time do you have to serve?
1 more year.
So talk about the work you do here. Are you risking your life?
I wouldn't, well, I guess you could say you're risking your life, yes, but you're not really in life-threatening situations. 95% of the time, you're not in a life-threatening situation. You in a controlled environment. You know, if you've been doing it for a while, you know what to do. But it's a hard job, for sure, because we got to cut line. The fire could be right there, and then we cut line on the fires to stop it from coming.
What do you mean cutting line?
Well, we cut a line with a McLeod.
What is a McLeod?
It's a tool. It's a tool. It's like something like a hoe, like you're using in your garden. And we cut line with it, 4-foot line, to stop the fire from coming.
So you've had the fire as close as like a couple of feet from where we are?
Yes.
Is it scary?
Well, I guess it gets scary. It used to, when you first started, you would be scary. Some of the inmates, some of the other people be scary, some of the crew members, but to me, no, it's not. It's just regular to me. To me, it's just regular work. I didn't already program myself to just, whenever we go, we just go. It don't even bother me. It's just all right. It's just work. It's work that we doing.
Last night, one of the guys fell down the hill.
Yes.
What happened?
Well, it's slippery, rocks and slippery. He didn't feel that bad. It just was a little fall. He just sprained his ankle or something. But it happens. It do happen. Trees fall on you. Mm-hmm. All of that. Like the last fire we was at, I think, a month ago, a firefighter died.
Free firefighter?
Yeah, free firefighter. Mm-hmm. Because the tree fell on him. That's how it goes. It gets crazy out there sometimes, but most of the time we know what's going on.
Are you shoulder to shoulder with the CAL firefighters?
Yes. Yeah, we cut line together. We be out.
I gotta say, it's killing me that they're shooting this. They're breaking the 180 line by shooting this, and it's really annoying to me. Who's talking to, like, it doesn't feel like they're talking to each other. He's looking to the left.
They don't.
She's looking to the left.
We're not split up from them. Like, we're not like, oh, bring it.
What's the 180 line? Look. So you see how she's looking to the left? It's like, Chad, imagine if you're watching a football game and if they cut from this side of the field to this side of the field. If they cut between those, that's going to be so fucking confusing.
Are you shoulder to shoulder?
It doesn't look like they're talking to each other.
Yes. Yeah, we cut line together. We be out there. We're not split up from them. Like, we're not like, oh, bring inmates over here and them. Nah, it's not like that. We all out there together. We all out there helping each other. Like, if I walk by one and I see a CAL fire or any firefighter.
This is the analysis I'm here for.
Something with the hose or something like that, I help them. Because
all right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
We all here to help each other and make sure everybody's safe.
How much money do you make?
$1 an hour.
When you're fighting the fire?
Yes, when you're fighting the fire, $1 an hour.
So how, for example, last night, how long were you fighting the fire?
Probably 20-something hours. So we probably made $20, $22, $24.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think we should make, of course I would say anybody that got a job, you would think you should make more. I always thought we was getting $2 until I came to fire camp. But you know, it's cool though. I mean, we making money for something that we'll probably do for free anyway, just for the time cut. So it's all right. But I would prefer, yes, we get more money. Of course, anybody in a working position will want to make more money.
So you're saving the state, to say the least, a lot of money. Some say it's something like $100 million a year.
I don't know. I mean, of course that, I'm sure, but I mean, we don't even, some people don't even, we look at it as getting the time. The time cut is more than the money to us. We rather make the money for sure because we can still send money to our families. We still send money home, but yeah, we only make $1 an hour on the fires.
So how old were you when you first went to prison?
It was 9 years ago. I think I was 27.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to talk about what happened?
Nah. I just made bad choices.
Has being here at the camp changed your thinking about the world?
Yes. I mean, I could say I've learned a lot, just that I can do more than what I used to do. That I can do right. I can do better things with my life and then just commit crime and do things like that. I figured out I can do a job. I could work. I never had a job a day in my life. I never cashed a check. Literally, I ain't never cashed a check in my life. I ain't never used a credit card. It's crazy. I just sound like I'm from the mountains or something.
What made you decide to do this interview? It's the first time you've talked to a journalist?
Because I might want to go to Hollywood and be an actor or something. I want to see if I can do it. I'm serious. Plus, I wanted y'all to get our perspective. Because I know you can hear from the guards, from the captains, but And then I know a lot of people here probably don't want to do the interview, probably scared, or just don't want to do it, but I'm not. I do whatever I want to do.
Can you vote?
No felons.
Can you vote?
No felons can vote.
You know, that's interesting because in Vermont and Maine, they can vote from jail.
No felons can vote in California.
Would you like to see that change?
Yes.
You wash your hands? Do they look washed?
We can't talk about it.
No, I did not wash my hands because you know what I do? I wash my dick. And so why would I need to wash my hands? I wash my dick every day, okay? Easy. My dick is clean. I don't have to wash my hands. Kidding. But Paul Wall, apparently Becca was like, Becca thought that I had a mic on me because the TTS piss happened like as soon as I went into the bath. You timed it so perfectly that my girlfriend thought that I was mic'd. So good job on that one, Paul Wall. Money well spent. Thank you for the dono.
This is, guys,
Okay.
camp only.
Okay.
Not voting politics.
Okay. Let me tell you the reason I asked that is that in Vermont. At this point in the interview, Sergeant Reeder steps in to end the conversation with Dante, telling us political questions aren't allowed. Later, the commander.
Wait, what was the question?
Voting politics.
Okay.
Camp only.
Let me tell
But we can't talk about it.
This is, guys,
Okay.
camp only.
Okay.
Not voting politics.
Okay.
Camp only.
Let me tell you the reason I asked that is that in Vermont. At this point in the interview, Sergeant Reed.
Dude, fuck you. They're talking about voting. They're talking about felons voting. Fuck you. Why wouldn't you be able to say that?
Steps in to end the conversation with Dante, telling us political questions aren't allowed. Later, the commander comes over.
Yes, I'm Lieutenant Sid Turner. I'm the camp commander here at Delta Conservation Camp.
Talk about how hard this work is.
This is, for an inmate in the state of California, this is the hardest work that you're going to find when they're out there on the line doing the work that they're expected to do. It's extremely physically demanding. The hours can be exhausting at times. For example,
isn't it crazy that we just have like modern day slave owners, like slave patrols? Like they should. It's just like they look exactly like they did in the 18th century. Like
last year when we had the Napa fires, they were actually out for 3 days straight because the resources within the state were so tapped that it took that long just to get them relieved and off the lines.
Conservation camp, yeah.
And they make just $1 an hour fighting these fires next to Cal Fire firefighters?
That is correct, but understand there's a big difference between Cal Fire firefighters and an inmate firefighter.
Do you think they should be paid more, the prisoners?
What's the difference?
I believe that they should make...
To the fire, what's the difference? Sir, to the fire, what is the difference? Please answer my question.
More than the $1 an hour. They've been at that rate of pay for many decades now at this point in time.
So it seems like the state would be threatened if people's time was even cut, or if as a result of overcrowded prisons, more prisoners were released. Of course, they would be the prisoners who had the lowest sentences, and those are exactly the prisoners who get into these kinds of camps. They'd lose that kind of labor, the firefighting labor.
Potentially, very much so. There's definitely a need for this type of a resource, the hand crews to go out and cut line in areas that aren't accessible to equipment such as bulldozers and things of that type. So California needs hand crews. If we don't have the inmates to perform that function, then they got to find the labor from someplace else.
Sergeant Reeder, do you think the prisoners should be paid more for fighting fires?
Yes.
They're doing the same work as Cal Fire.
I bet those prison commissary prices have gone up. You would be right. You would win that bet because you know where you can find the most expensive food in America? Here, let me see the most expensive. Yeah, here, Justice LA. Take me somewhere expensive. Crunchy Cheetos. The most expensive Cheetos in the world are sold in LA County jails. The sheriff's office eats the profit. Yep.
Who are free.
I think we do harder work.
Let me see if I can find how much they are.
Assignments. Nobody else can touch us.
The question of how much California relies on prison labor, particularly when it comes to fighting.
Here you go. LA County Board of Supervisors voted Tuesday to look at whether the county can offer free phone calls to jail inmates and also eliminate steep markups on basic items sold in jail commissaries. Solis rattled off jail commissary pricing for a host of items, including an 8-ounce bag of Flamin' Hot Cheetos that sells for $5.33, more than double the LASD cost of $2.51. The commissary prices a 4-ounce bag of Keef instant coffee at $7.47, while the department's cost is $3.51. Mm-hmm. Yep. If they were running any other organization or in their own household, they would never enter into a contract with a phone company that in this day and age, with technology, with fiber optics, the low cost of phone service, it would never occur to them to enter into a contract for a phone call to cost 25 cents per minute. That's how much phone calls cost in jail.
Wildfires came under scrutiny in 2014. Lawyers in the state of
$5 is a normal price for chips here, like a small bag, like this, like it's a small bag. Where do you live? Fucking Guam?
Argued in federal court that a program to parole more prisoners would drain the state's source of cheap labor. The California Attorney General at the time was, well, now U.S. Senator Kamala.
Where do you live? Disneyland?
She later said lawyers in her office argued the case without her knowledge.
I was just in Alaska. It's not even that expensive there. You can't get that. You can't get Alaska past me. I was just there.
Said the idea of incarcerating people as a source of labor evokes images of chain gangs. I sit down with another prisoner who just came back from fighting the Snell fire.
My name is Marty Vinson. I'm 25 years old, and I came to this camp about mid-July this year.
What has been the most difficult fire that you fought?
At first, I wanted to say at Eel River when I went to Deadwater last year. Deadwater was a pretty bad fire, but the river fire this year at Delta, I think, topped it because it was the most, like, I guess, harm's way I've been in. It was a situation where we was back burning, and they had this one of our saw teams, which was my saw and me, bumped down with crew 3 to cut on the other side on the green.
Oh, this is California.
Our embers coming across is still pushed back more to where it just doesn't catch. And it led to a point where it flared up more than it had to on the fire that was burning. And when it did that, it jumped the line. So when it jumped the line, mind you, the puller I left out, we carry a gallon of gas on our back. So
what?
When that happened, we pretty much immediately have to run down the mountain. And as we ran down the mountain, we ran into the highway. As we ran into the highway, one of the captains escorted us down.
Oh, for chainsaws.
But as we was going down the street, now the fire jumped from where it was burning at, where it was supposed to burn at, to the green across the road. And within seconds, the whole highway went from a nice bright day to just dark smoke and fire everywhere. So we had to run as far down that highway until it was green again. And then as it continued to burn and the black was there and it was safe to go back, we actually had to walk back in there. So just being put in a bad predicament like that, to where that adrenaline is really pumping and, you know, you try to figure out the best thing to do because possibly your life is on the line. I would want to say the river fire this year was the worst one for me.
Do you think of yourself as a hero?
Wait, where? Oh, Denmark. Well, that's not real money.
$5. 5 Denmark dollary dues.
Myself is somebody.
That's not. You guys get paid like $1 jillion to walk down the street. You guys got basic income and free health care. Your rent's like $2.
That I want to.
Don't talk to me.
Be here for.
I'm just joking.
Like whoever needs me, I want to be there for them. Just last night on this fire, we had somebody who came.
I'm joking.
Not too long ago, where the terrain of where we was climbing up, cutting line, there was just too many loose boulders, and we always try to, do what we have to do, but still provide safety while doing it. And it's just one of those situations where it's no one's fault, but it happens. And while there's cutting line, a boulder actually fell and hit him, and he popped something in his knee, and it just swelled up. And it came to a point where we didn't really have no answer to it. What are we going to do? How are we going to get him out here? It's night. They don't do no airlifts at night. They don't want nothing in the air at night. So it led to the possibility of us just bedding down at the bottom of this creek and wait till like morning. And
oh my God.
Where it's a natural thing about me. I want to be there for people. So I just volunteered and said, well, look, me personally, I don't feel like it's relevant for us to stay down here. So I just volunteered to take my pack off and carry him up the mountain.
So you carried him up from below near the creek?
Yes. The first part was maybe the worst part. It was real steep. A lot of people didn't think it would actually happen like that, but it was something that I just pushed myself to say I'm gonna do, and I got it done. We went going
hero.
To having to go side hill, which that was another, cautious area because the road was probably like 2 feet wide.
K. Martinez, maybe they're happy because they're not eating Cheetos. Have you considered that? Maybe the Cheetos. Wait, are we back? I think we're back. Hello, are we back? Refresh if you're there. Okay, we should be back. Sorry about that, chat. I don't know what that was. A little hiccup. I didn't lose power or nothing. It was just all of a sudden I was like looking over here. I was like, why isn't that chat showing up on my Chatterino? It was from Cheetos. Yeah, true. They came and got me.
And how much do you?
We were speaking too much truth.
$1 an hour.
When you're fighting a fire.
When you're fighting a fire, $1 an hour. When you're on typical grade, you make $1.45 a day.
Some have called it slave labor. What do you think of that?
I don't really want to call the work slave work, but I feel like it's their whole mentality and what they're thinking about at the end of the day. No matter what, regardless if we're incarcerated or we're free, we're getting paid $1 an hour.
That's actually an interesting point. Yeah, speak on it for sure. I want to play that back actually.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, LA has very poor infrastructure.
Slave work, but I feel like it's their whole mentality and what they're thinking about at the end of the day. No matter what, regardless if we're incarcerated or we're free, we're getting paid $1 an hour.
That was Marty Vinson, an incarcerated firefighter at the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's Delta Conservation Camp, low-security prison camp in Fairfield, California, where more than 100 incarcerated firefighters are housed. They earn $1 an hour for fighting California wildfires, saving the state $100 million per year. Special thanks to Democracy Now!'s Libby Rainey, John Hamilton, Carla Wills, Ariel Boone, and
I've worked with Libby Rainey.
Mike Burke for that report. When we come back, we'll be joined by Amika Mota. She, too, fought fires.
Libby was a producer with More Perfect Union that I worked with a lot. Okay, we got a Vice piece about the same thing.
California has long depended on inmate labor to fight the massive wildfires that happen here every year.
And although they get hands-on training and experience in prison, formerly incarcerated firefighters have a hard time pursuing this as a career. A group called the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program is set out to change this, and since 2015 has helped hundreds of former inmates land high-paying jobs on fire crews. I'm in Pasadena, California to meet them.
They said they get a day off of their sentence per day they spend. This is in Pasadena, so this is like literally the area that's burning right now.
My name is Royal Ramey, and I am the Chief Program Officer of the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program. And what I do is help people that served in California conservation camps, they call them fire camps, to be able to
you gotta stop calling them conservation camps. Oh my God.
transition over to the fire service professionally.
So what's going on today?
Today, we're conducting a work capacity test where all the wildland firefighters with the Forest Service, they use this test to make sure that you're fit for duty. Every firefighter has to do it.
Almost everyone here today was once incarcerated. Aside from the PAC test, participants also complete classroom training as part of their certification.
All right, everybody gather around.
Gotta go!
The PAC test is 3 miles, 45 minutes, 45 pounds on your back. If you get back to me under 45 minutes, you pass the test. You will be issued a qualification card. If you come in
I couldn't do that.
minutes or more,
Bro, ain't no way I could do that. Holy.
I'll see you next time.
My mom died at 9. We were moved around from family to family. We grew up in foster care. At the age of 18, I was hungry. Stole
3 miles in 45 minutes with 45 pounds on your back.
When I stole this pizza, that's what got me 3 years in prison. And then I got offered fire camp, got introduced to fire camp, went to fire camp.
Wait, he stole what?
Stole a pizza. When I stole this pizza, that's what got me 3 years in prison. And then I got
3 years for stealing a pizza? Oh my God, dude. Listen, chat. Listen, chat, okay? Think about the pizza's family, okay? Think about the pizza's family, all right?
offered fire camp, got introduced to fire camp, went to fire camp. I went on my first fire.
The pizza was made of diamonds.
Nighttime. I remember how it looked, how it smelled, helicopters flying. I fell in love with it immediately. And I started getting good at it.
A lot of folks, we had the opportunity when you go to prison to go to these fire camps where you go to fight fires and they give you basic training. Once upon a time, the fire camps were like a third of the workforce when it comes to fighting wildland fires.
Climate change and historic drought are driving hotter and more unpredictable fire seasons across the American West. In recent years, California has seen some of the most destructive blazes on record, with more than 12 million acres burned in the last decade alone. That's nearly double the acres burned in the previous decade. Fighting these epic fires requires thousands of personnel, and the state depends on incarcerated men and women to work as firefighters, organized into 35 camps across California.
What fire camp taught me, I'm using it to this day, and I'm providing for my family. I have a career, all based off fire camp.
Fire camps give Royal...
Sign, I want to do some more research on that because I know there was a lot of like... I want to say there was even like a ballot measure that was to make it like possible for inmates to get hired because for a while it wasn't. I don't know. Let me look that up.
And Demetrius' structure and skills and help them find their calling. But critics of the program say it also amounts to a kind of indentured servitude. Participants risk their lives but are paid less than $6 per day, plus $1 to $2 per hour during active fires. And their conviction histories render many of these individuals ineligible for professional firefighting careers once they're out.
You don't have a true path.
Wait, did we just hear that there?
Fires. And their conviction histories render many of these individuals ineligible for professional firefighting careers once they're out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
You don't have a true pathway to be able...
Yeah, here's also this. Incarcerated people who help fight wildfires struggle to build a career post-prison. This is from July of last year. All things considered, great. It's awesome. Yeah. You talked so much about the challenge of navigating that landscape of finding a job. I wonder, how does your program help people tackle these barriers? We help navigate multiple things. So we give you certifications. I think this is the same I think this is the same group we're watching right now. Oh, so Gavin Newsom passed a law, I think about 4 years ago. And what it pretty much does is help people that come out of like California conservation camps being able to get their records expunged, which is amazing because it provides an opportunity where folks can, apply to not only just fire careers, but like, have a brand new life. So, I mean, that's a start.
To get employment once you participated in the camps.
Through sheer persistence,
Yo, what the fuck,
Royal
Cheesy?
figured out how to cut
I wish I had
through red
Atmos.
tape. After successfully finding paid work as a firefighter, in 2015, Royal and his co-founder Brandon Smith began building out a playbook for other fire camp veterans to become professional firefighters.
Word got around and people started giving me calls and
like these people are fighting the fires right now. These people are watching in this. I hope you realize like they are fighting the fires right now.
Helping people
for
out.
Sure.
It was just like, all right, come meet me at Starbucks at 0900. Help you out with the application process. I'll help you with your resume. Come hike with me. Come run with me.
Sarah Sindija is the Chief Operations and Finance Officer for the FFRP.
You see yourself differently when you're protecting a home or protecting a community from a fire and someone comes up to you, hugging you and crying and thanking you for saving their life. That's transformative to your identity. When you're incarcerated, you're locked away, you're put away, you're told that you're unsafe. And to come and serve in a field where you are contributing to public safety, that is transformative.
It means everything to me.
True, chat. Read the shirt. Read the shirt, chat. Prisons do not disappear social problems. They disappear human beings. Okay? We are abolitionists in this chat, okay? We want the abolition of prisons. We think that prisons are obsolete. Prisons do not need to exist. The material conditions that cause people to, commit harm can be addressed better by using those funds and reduce the actual crime, actually reduce harm, actually, address the things that cause people to do crime. And also a recognition that the system we have doesn't work. It doesn't work for anything that it pretends to work for. It's really good at getting, unpaid labor for American capitalists and for, American state projects like this, but it's really bad at preventing harm, obviously, in our societies.
When he sees me walk in, he's like, fire, 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 fire. That's how he says it. He's 4 now. He says it more clear, but he looks up to me. My daughters, they're scared. My wife is scared, but they're proud at the same time. They think and feel I can do anything because of what I've been through and what I came from.
Brandon was incarcerated at 16 years old on gun charges and served 9 years. Using training he received with the FFRP, Brandon will soon be starting a job as a hotshot firefighter, part of a traveling crew that tackles the toughest blazes. For people like him, the FFRP is a bridge over the barriers to post-incarceration employment.
How does the FFRP create that bridge?
They're providing pretty much not just free education, it's paid education. We know you can't be here for free because you have to check in with parole. You have to pay your mom rent for that room you're living in to help with the gas and electricity.
Come on now. Come on, you can do it, team. Come on now.
43-15.
Got this. Yeah.
My name is Deton Harris, and I'm the superintendent of the crew.
Deton first met Royal at an inmate fire camp. When he was released, Deton's firefighting prospects seemed like a long shot.
It's like a reality check because we went to every fire station trying to just tell them our story and let them know that we're different people and that we just want a chance to prove to society that we can be great people.
How were you received, though, when you started hitting up the fire stations?
It was terrible. They told me I was gonna never be a fireman. They looked at my little certifications that I had and they pretty much just told me that it wasn't gonna never happen. But a couple months later, I doubled back on them stations and let them know that I made it. So it's an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm born and raised in South Central LA, I never thought in a million years that somebody would be
Martinez,
you're telling me thank you.
You're just being contrarian.
That's really humbling.
You agree with me. You're just being contrarian.
Directly employs firefighters through its private.
I literally said what it pretends to do. You know?
Dubbed the Buffalo Hand Crew.
A hand crew is a group of about 10 or 20 people. They hike in during a fire. Usually they have nothing but the tools on their back, and they're doing the intense manual labor that's involved with the fire, whether it's creating fuel breaks or smothering fires out.
The crew is named after the Buffalo Soldiers. These regiments of Black U.S. soldiers in the 19th and 20th centuries doubled as wildfire fighters.
What the Forest Service is doing is calling us, asking us for guys, because they know that they come trained. So we're building a great reputation right now.
You gotta really like understand when you walk out and have that uniform on, having that mentality, like no matter where you are, like no matter what you say, just knowing that you actually you a firefighter. You're not just you're just not a regular person anymore. You're actually a public servant.
One major barrier to becoming a professional firefighter after being released from incarceration is the inability to get an EMT license once you've been convicted of a felony. A California law signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in late 2020.
My house got burned down by an arsonist in 2020. My neighbors and I had to find the dude ourselves because the police didn't do shit. Dude was obviously unwell, but prison is not the answer to his problems. I want him to have the resources he needs to get better and be safe, and therefore keep everyone around him safe. True. I appreciate you sharing this. It's also like, to me, it's about like, when we get to a place where somebody is so far gone that they're like burning down houses, or they're committing mass murders, or, you know, like, we should have 100 off ramps that are compassionate and, like, you know, meet people where they are and are actually fucking like useful, right? We should have off ramps for these people. You, like, if you sit and you put yourself in those shoes for just 1 second, like, I know it can be really hard because we have, and rightfully so, have a lot of like really negative emotions about people who do a lot of harm. But put yourself in their shoes, and these are people who are incredibly unwell. These are people who need help and would take it if it was compassionate. If it was compassionately offered to them, they would take it. And the truth is that our society leaves people out to fucking dry. And you know this if you've ever had depression or anxiety and tried to get therapy on your own. If you've ever tried to go through your health insurance and tried to interact with the American Mental Health Care Institution, it's so fucking brutal, dude. It's so brutal. It kills you. Like, and you're already depressed, right? So if you're going through this and you feel like you're not worth it, you feel like a burden to everybody around you, and you just keep getting rejected by therapist after therapist, every single call you make, a lot of people are not going to advocate for themselves for that long. It's just the facts. A lot of people are not going to fight for themselves because their brain is misfiring. They're having a chemical imbalance in their brain that's telling them that they're not worth that effort. You know? And so, yes, like, mass investment in mental health care facilities. If you're willing to go into therapy or psychiatric research or therapy or any of these, like, if you're addiction therapy, if you're willing to go into that and you want to do that work and you're 17 years old, guess what? The government is paying for your education, and just as they should for everybody. But if we're going incrementally, like, these should be the first people in line. We are going through a mental health crisis in this country, and it's never being treated as it should be. America, by and large, just like leaves people alone, out to dry, leaves people to fester to the point where, you know, this kind of unbelievable evil, or that you would call evil, you know, like, it rises and people get hurt. A lot of people are hurt, and I think we can do better than locking them in a cage. I don't think that should be controversial. I think offering people compassionate care is going to be more effective. It's going to be obviously more compassionate. It's like, it's just going to prevent harm and restore justice to, like, situations.
allows people who served in fire camps to petition judges who can expunge convictions. But the process is difficult and uncertain.
No, thank you for sharing that, KJ.
Many fire camp veterans still face an uphill battle when trying to move into professional work.
Second chance employment is a no-brainer.
Oh my God, Luna.
Number one reason for recidivism.
I'm so glad you're still here.
People in California is behind it. They starting to see that, just because a person made a mistake doesn't mean that we should just throw them away to the wolves.
The FFRP's mission has attracted a lot of believers.
Jesus,
They've
iguana.
received funding from large companies like Google and Verizon. Musician John Legend even delivered congratulations to FFRP's 2021 graduates.
As you are called upon to keep us all safe during the 2021 California wildfire season, we are so proud of your accomplishments and so grateful for your service.
Don't judge people because you never know what they really been through. It's people that has been, traumatized in so many different ways in life that you just wouldn't understand, and that led them to that poor choice or led them to making that decision that changed other people's lives, or it's complicated. Life is complicated. Just educate yourself on things that you don't know. Don't judge people. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Hello, my name is
King
Lawrence
Kong.
Bartley. I'm the director of News Inside for the Marshall Project. Today, we'll be discussing second chance employment. I'm here with two brilliant individuals who will talk about companies like Dave's Killer Bread, who afford people the opportunity to find employment after incarceration. So can you all tell me about second chance employment?
So second chance employment to me is...
Oh, that sounds really interesting, Sign. That sounds super interesting. Also, Forlorn, I don't understand. Like, what do you think? You're just like, oh, I'm gonna defend for you. You're just gonna keep. You're defending this like incredibly horrific prison industrial complex that we have right now, right? For the off chance of what? Like, for what? This is what I don't understand. Like, we know the harm that the prison industrial complex does. We know the trauma that prisoners go through, the daily violence that prisoners go through. We know this doesn't help people. Like, what is it? What are we doing? Like, what is it for? Like, do you think that what does locking somebody in a cage accomplish? I'm genuinely asking. Like, how does locking somebody in a cage bring justice to that situation? Are you just? I'm trying to like to gauge. Are you just like out here for like retribution? You just think like vengeance is the thing we need to do? Like, is it just vengeance, or is it just like I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm not defending the current system, but I do think a prison is needed to keep a community safe when someone is unsafe to others. But like, how does it keep a community safe? How? Just by the physical act of separating them? Like, I really, like, do you think but you understand you are defending the prison system? Like, you are, though, Like, that is not, I don't think that's a good case. Like, listen, here's the last thing I'll say to you, Forlorn. If prisons worked in the way that you think that they do, then why aren't they? We have 2 million people behind bars in the United States, and the New Orleans attacks still happened. New Orleans spends, I'm sure New Orleans' top budget item, the thing they're spending the most on their entire city's budget, is police departments. Okay, and that guy on probably went in to one of the probably the most highly policed areas in all of New Orleans on one of the highest probably policed nights in all of New Orleans, and none of it stopped him. If prisons work, if this idea of prisons worked, then why isn't it working? When is it going to work? At what point will this start to work? Because it's not working right now. And we're doing a fuckload of it. Right? At the expense of every other option, we are trying this option more than anything else. And at a rate never before seen in human history.
So why isn't it working? Problem is we have expanded prison sentences for many crimes. It's not preventative other than to prevent someone from recommitting. But he is dead now. I think there are better ways to prevent somebody from recommitting that.
An individual.
And again, I think focusing your attention in positions of harm like that, in situations where mass harm happens, okay? In situations where mass harm happens like that, focusing your attention on what we do after, I think is missing the forest through the trees. You're missing the entire point. We need to focus on the before. We need to focus on providing off-ramps for people who are going down that path and stopping it from happening. You know? Like that, I would rather spend $1,000 to one to, like, right now, literally the only thing we do about crime is after the crime has already happened. There's nothing about our society that is preventative in that nature. There's nothing. You know?
Background, an opportunity for employment, for living wage, as well as an opportunity for growth, personally and professionally.
So can you explain how?
I mean, I don't even disagree that you do need some facilities for people to receive care. But are we even talking about prisons at that point? Do you know what I mean? Are we talking about prisons? Because that's not what prisons do. That's not what prisons do. That's definitionally not what they do. You know, so if you're talking about a mental health facility where people can go and get the care they need, learn the coping mechanisms that they need, and are kept under watch until that happens, then yeah, okay, I'll agree with that. But I wouldn't call that a prison. And I'm not just moving the goalposts here. These are functionally in their goal and intention different institutions. You know what I mean? A prison is definitionally not a place where that happens. You know?
To take part in the second chance employment program ran by Dave's Killer Bread?
So I was actually looking for employment. I had just gotten out of prison after spending 7.5 years incarcerated. And I had been going to school for dental assisting, and I was applying for jobs. I was almost done with schooling, and I wasn't getting any phone calls back. And it really made me look at myself on what's going on? Why am I not getting these phone calls back? Of course, they're doing background checks, right? I'm going to be working in the dental field. And I believe it was my cousin that suggested I apply at Dave's Killer Bread.
I found out about Second Chance Opportunity while I was finishing up my federal
bread company
at Sheridan, Oregon. And that was the talk of the compound if you were trying to change your life. While I was incarcerated, I made it very clear to myself that I had to give myself an advantage. So I started taking college courses. But when I was released from the federal system, it was nothing like I expected. The calls weren't coming in. School really.
Wait, what the fuck? Stroop, are you serious? Unfortunately, Dave got arrested again years ago after suffering a mental break and ramming cop cars. What? Hey, man. Which of us haven't? You know what I mean? Okay, you know what I mean? Hey, okay. Well, I mean, who hasn't? Allegedly, you know what I mean? You call that a mental break. I call that a moment of clarity. You know what I'm talking about?
I forgot the part about having to have money to take care of myself while being free. But Dave's Killer Bread, they had an opportunity. I went and applied, and that became home.
So, there's many formerly incarcerated people that are brilliant. They have skills, but being incarcerated for a number of years, they don't have opportunity to develop the type of experience as their counterparts who aren't formerly incarcerated. So when they go to take on jobs, a lot of times they are told you can't have this job for the lack of experience. How do you think Dave's Killer Bread is handling that?
I was given the opportunity to do a marketing course. And I never thought in a million years that my employer was going to help me go to school. What employer does that?
Right.
So,
yeah, what a concept. What a concept. Employers training people for the job they're going to do? Huh? What? We don't do that anymore. Employers investing in their human capital? No way. No way.
about you?
Mainly the one-on-ones with the supervisors and management that have been in the situation that I've been in before, or that are understanding to our situations. All these people that believed in us and sat us down and had those one-on-one 20-minute conversations to be more articulate, to be more presentable, tuck your shirt in, take that frown off your face.
Y'all don't do that over there? No.
That definitely.
If you're not overqualified for a job, you're not getting it. That's how it works in America. Nobody hires you with the intention of training you on the job.
Me in position to be contender for superintendent, for production supervisors.
I have to definitely agree with you. Teaching us how to be that productive member of society, but also within Dave's Killer Bread community. I was a community outreach coordinator for 8 years up until recently. And that role was very, very big for me. I had never really worked in the office. So I got some office skills, lots of computer skills that I didn't have.
Chad, this is giving me COVID flashbacks. I'm going to skip to the next video because we have this really good documentary. It's 22 minutes long. Produced by ABC7, which is the local, or I don't know if it was produced by them, actually.
Radio check, channel 4.
It's an ABC7 original, but this is a documentary called Forging Heroes. It's about the same topic.
Yep. Nice. All right, so
Roughly 30% of people released from prison struggle to find a job.
Fire.
A unique 8-month program in California aims to turn formerly incarcerated individuals into wildland firefighters. Some will make it. Some will not.
I was going through my addiction and committing a little crime, and it kind of led me to get incarcerated.
After having served 20 years in prison, you try to find the catalyst, the moment where you go wrong, right? It was just me simply not wanting to be a kid that listened to authoritative figures.
You know, I didn't feel like what happened to me was fair, and I was trying to just get back by any means, by any way I can. I'm trying to fill a void, trying to fill my pockets, fill my stomach, you know, whatever I had to do.
You know, you're raised in an environment or whatever your whole life, and this is all you know. You can't become a firefighter. It's a real 180. You know, you being a menace to society, now then you actually being a hero.
When you got that CAL FIRE uniform, that U.S. Force uniform on, you're gonna be on. But what are you gonna do though for it?
If you really want something, you will sacrifice the things that you've been holding on to that's hurting you.
Own it. Own what you did. I owned what I did, and I was confident when I got out into society that was.
Yo, Amy C3 Raiders, welcome in, guys. Listen, yo, Amy C3, chat, please everybody go check out Amy C3. Amy C3 is a housing expert, reporting on a lot of everything housing in California. Amazing socialist, leftist creator. You guys should definitely be following if you're enjoying this stream. Also, Forlorn, last thing, me and Tofu were going back and forth about abolition versus reform. I just feel like we were so far away from being at abolition that I prefer reform until we no longer need certain systems. But I feel like we were so far from having that kind of community. Okay, so the difference between abolition and reform, obviously, to get to abolition is not a goal for tomorrow. It is a goal for our lifetimes. I agree we are very far away from that. For abolition to become a reality, we have to build the support structures that make crime unnecessary, that make crime unlikely to happen, that actually genuinely de-incentivize crime. We have to give people security. We have to give people things to lose, Yes, the trees who plan now move in that direction. I hope so too. However, it's important to understand that as long as police have existed, Okay, they have been trying to be reformed. And almost all of those reforms have been packaged as the same exact way, and they only operate to increase the police's budgets, bro. Like body cameras, all of more training, all of these answers that are reform minded or whatever for police violence, for prisons, for the prison industrial complex, for any of the problems that we're talking about as abolitionists. These are all just serve to funnel more money into the police department. And so that's the distinction we need to be making. Is that we do need to be defunding the police right now. Because like what we're seeing in LA, right? Like you don't have to look far. Look out your window, look at what you're seeing in LA and realize this is all happening for a very specific reason, because the LAPD has been sucking up all of the fucking budget. You can see right here, I've got two sources right. Okay, look. This is last year. Bass's proposed city budget includes more funding, 130 million, I believe, and cuts for the LA Fire Department. A $17 million cut to the fire department, right? And then look, even yesterday, this was yesterday. This was yesterday, chat. On yesterday's agenda, council member of Los Angeles Park looking to move $200,000 from homeless services to LAPD overtime. This is more than their budget. The budget that they are already getting, that was 150 more than it was last year, and they're still stealing more money. They're still stealing $200,000 from additional homeless services accounts just to go straight to the LAPD. And so, yeah, you have fucking 9 city council members in LA who are still voting for this shit. Like, how does this help anybody? It doesn't help anybody. Providing those services at that $200,000, like, this is such a clear example of what is fucking wrong in our society, bro. It's so gross.
It was behind me, but it actually built me.
This is an opportunity for you. The job is so hard, it's so rigorous, that I asked myself, what in the hell are you doing out here, dude?
You know, if I'm in this, I'm in this. It ain't no way out, burn them boats.
It's no more wasting time. I gotta stay strong.
Yeah,
women,
thank you.
Fighting out here.
We push the limits, we see where they are.
This is a good link too. Yes, the city controller of LA, Kenneth Mejia, friend of the show. I shot campaign videos to get this guy elected. Like I worked for his campaign, and I'm really, really proud that I did, because he is still doing incredible work for the city as the accountant. Police. These are the changes in the city government budget from 2023 to 2024 to 2024 to 2025. Okay, you see up here, this green line, this is the police. This is how much their budget increased compared to every other budget increase. Okay, so the police got 126 million more dollars. The next biggest one was the library system, which got 14 million. W would like to see more. Housing, 10 million increase. W would like to see more. City attorney, 10 million increase. Don't need that. That's a waste of fucking money. Like, the city attorney, especially the one we have right now, is ass. And then let's look at what was cut. General services, minus 14 million. Sanitation, minus 15 million. Fire, minus 17.6 million. Street services, minus 21.4 million. Like, these are essential services that the city has to provide. Street services, that's like trimming trees. That's making sure there's not like big piles of flammable fucking brush sitting in your gutters. Like,
Yeah, you're gonna have to do push-ups before you do push-ups. We're not going to Disneyland when that call comes.
Anyway, let's get back to this doc. I think we were yapping whenever the Amy raid came in. So Amy Raiders, we are watching a documentary produced by I think it's independent filmmakers, but ABC7 distributed it. I think that's the dynamic, about formerly incarcerated individuals training to become wildland firefighters.
For wildland firefighting, like doing it.
It's in me to be a firefighter.
Move it. Moving. Moving. Hey, whoa. Hold the line. Hold the line. We talked about verbal and nonverbal communication.
I just paint the picture that the time that they spent was an investment. So that way when I get them, they have a sense of pride. Society already kind of spanks you around and, you know, you get shut down, you know, wanting to go get a job. Oh, you have a felony. I try and lay a foundation to start that professional, you know, own it. Own what you did. I owned what I did, and I was confident when I got out into society that was behind me, but it actually built me.
Moving.
I was committed
I love the fro.
to the California Youth Authority for 6 years. I did 3 years, 4 months of that time, and I was committed for armed robbery and 2 counts of assault with a firearm. And that's basically where I learned how to fight fire.
So this is the helitack crew right here.
Friends initially used a direct attack strategy to fight the fire.
It's a nonprofit program that helps individuals that are going in transition from being incarcerated that had previous fire experience, and basically providing a pathway to help get them into the fire service when they come back to society. While you're incarcerated, they learn how to build things, how to fight fire, work on things, so that way when they come into the real world, they have an avenue to do it. With the fire service, it's a little bit more challenging based on, you know, if you have a criminal record and what that record looks like.
You take the lead, I'll take the rear.
For sure.
Okay. All right. I just fell in love with fire. But at first, it was a struggle because I'm a city kid, right? When I was a kid in the valley, I seen red engines all the time, and I never seen somebody that looked like me. That wasn't even a thought in my brain to be able to want to be a firefighter.
One of the things that we instill into everybody is discipline. If you can't be disciplined, you can't do this job.
I was 17 years old when I was charged with a 211. It's called robbery. I ended up doing a year and I think 13 months. But I knew when you have that felony, that was ugly because I was charged as an adult. Well, it all started when I got a knock on the door when I was actually incarcerated in Mississippi. They called me and said, hey, you need to talk to your counselor today. And when I went there, talked to the counselor, they gave me the opportunity to go to fire camp. And I'm like, fire camp? Like, what is that? But then I started to actually...
I went out for the BLM protest and tried to get firemen on board, and men was the problem. Broke, poor, purely funded by their parents with homes and power. Bay Area firemen align with the right 100%. Volunteers live with nothing, full-time jobs, no charges, and work so hard, yeah.
On a challenge, and I knew that I could...
I mean, I don't doubt that. But also, I think, like, a lot of these firemen are... We read an article last night about this, too. A lot of these firemen are probably voters, probably Trump voters, but also very strong union supporters. And so, like, a lot of them may have voted for Biden in 2020, like, but are now voting for Trump, you know? They're a union, you know?
Fighter, and eventually figure out a way to get to CAL FIRE, which I worked with the U.S. Forest Service on a Type 2 crew called the Mojave Greens in the San Bernardino National Forest. And from there, my career took off.
Yeah. Up. One. Yeah. Up. Two.
You know, we push their limits. You know, we see where they at and try to get those things out of it and realize, like, you have to change. You got to eat better. You got to look professional. You representing something bigger than yourself.
We're like a unit. It makes us more unified, and with the push-up things and stuff like that, your shirt's untucked, you know, you're not looking the part, the professionalism, then we do some push-ups. Now, what you saw out there with us all doing push-ups is that, yeah, I operate at this chief level, but it took me time to get here, and I'm a reflection of what I wish for in myself. And so if I issue you push-ups, I'm gonna do them as well. Hey, let's flip that tool around.
All right, hypervisor, drop and give me 20 right now.
Downhill side.
Drop and give me 20.
Kind of get into their mind on fire and feel how I could help support them. And supporting them is painting the picture of what the expectation is immediately. And that might be having to peer into their eyes when they're at the worst on the hill. What are you feeling? What's your mind telling you?
No. Do it, Lanisha.
Hey, just dig deep. This is where you find out, that's not walking safe. But see, they're at their worst on the hill, but I'm right there with them.
Watch your mouth, Luna. Drop and give me 50.
Inside. Embrace it. What you're feeling right now is natural. You just gotta keep chiseling. You gotta keep hammering away if this is something that you want. You know?
Hoorah, hypervisor. Hell yeah, gave me them.
We still got work to do.
I mean, it's not hard. It's just my breathing.
Right there.
Like, I kind of got to learn how to breathe when I'm moving, because that's what takes me down, because I can't really get my breathing stabilized. But once I learn that, it'll be real easy, because I'm used to carrying around a lot of weight.
Wait, what is this, primate? I interviewed a California inmate firefighter. He shared his story. Oh, it's a podcast, bro. For the first day being locked up to his first fire as a prisoner. An incredible man with a story that'll shock you. Let's fucking... Don't send me podcasts. We're watching the thing you're sending me right now.
How to, let's make it to, it's comfortable for you. You know what I mean?
Getting prepared and ready to save lives and help people is, something I always wanted to do. I was going through my addiction and committing a little crime, and it kind of led me to get incarcerated. I got tired of going back and forth, in and out, so I just decided to change my life around.
Do you remember this kid?
It was wild. My childhood, growing up in Oakland, I had fun a lot. I had a lot of friends. I moved around a lot. I was a little hard-headed kid. I didn't really listen.
Chad, if you are a filmmaker and you walk into a house where the things are beeping, remove the fucking battery before you start filming.
I did whatever I wanted.
Please.
I didn't have no one telling me what to do. So I was always in charge of myself. So I was able to catch the bus, leave out at night and be in the streets at any time without getting on punishment or getting in any trouble from my authority, from my mom or from my grandma. I was just free. I was told at a young age that I was molested, and I had no idea.
True ghosting.
By my father, so it kind of took me off, it took me somewhere.
Portland, it sounds like there's 4 of them. You can hear them in different levels. There's 3 or 4 beeping constantly.
Never, because I always wanted my dad around, but I never knew why he wasn't around. So my mom told me, it was I kind of got real mad. I was pissed off. And I just said, just f it, and just left out.
The frequency with which they're beeping is wild.
It just, I don't know. I felt some type of way about that.
That's how you need to. It's gonna hurt.
It's obviously something that I lacked in my life, so that I have it now. It's supposed to be this way. So I just take it in and soak it up like it's natural, because I never had it. So I figured if I've been having all these problems and running into the law and going in and out of jails because I never took authority well, so I just take it like that's what it's supposed to be.
Remember that it's double that size.
I want to be a hero for my family, for the women. I just want to give back to the community. I've took so much and been through so much that I feel like I'm obligated to you know, give back and share with everyone and teach my brothers, my little sister, how I'm not just who I used to be. I'm their hero now, and it feels great.
She was always in and out, in and out. Anywhere you go, in and out. But now, I am so proud. I couldn't be a prouder granny. It took a lot of praying, but we made it. Ooh, we made it, girl.
Aw, this is so sweet.
I love you, baby.
This is so sweet. It fucks me up that the only beat my place is going to come from the coast sensor. And I need the CO2 sensor. I need to know if I'm hallucinating from carbon monoxide exposure. Yeah, the only beep that comes in my house is the ads at the top of the hour when people don't subscribe and everybody's chirping in the chat. But if you subscribe for $5.99 or for free the Twitch Prime, you can avoid the ads. You know what I mean? That's right. We're flying under the radar here. We're running ads, baby. We're running ads. Hassan won't bait you, but you missed it. I know you fucking missed it. I know you fucking missed it. And it's the top of the hour. We're gonna run that shit.
I'm so
Asset Burns, thank you for the 5 gifted.
proud of you, Mimi. I've been bragging too, girl. I've been
Content Demon, that transition was insane. I know. It was mid. If I'm being honest, it was mid. Nothing beeps. Nothing beeps, you know.
I told Keela, I say, girl, you'll never think Nene is a firefighter.
Aw. So proud of her.
How long?
Well, these are formerly incarcerated gamers, so
I had an 85-pound pack on the day before yesterday on the tree.
I don't know if she's working outside of this,
My
but
legs right. That's what I'm saying, bro. If you don't do this, it ain't gonna seep into your bones, man. Oh, man, I've been you got to push yourself till you ain't got left. I'm talking about till you about to be ready to pass out. Then you know what your limits is.
I'm from the Bay Area, Fairfield, California, and I am a trainee for wildland firefighting, FFRP. So I got one.
yeah. So this is like an organization for people who joined. This is like an organization that trains and provides certifications for formerly incarcerated firefighters that have like gotten out and are now like, you know, to help them find work. So they have to go through like a process of petitioning the state to expunge their record, and then that will allow them to apply at fire stations. But, you know, some people are not going to get their record expunged and will never be eligible despite years of doing the fucking job for $1 an hour, you know?
It's had us in baseball, basketball, soccer, tennis, Boy Scouts. I was on a swim team. I did rock climbing and I did snow skiing. So, and him and me both being involved in sports, I thought it was cool. The 3-year gap, enough space to where, you know, you're distant from your brother, but not so much to where we couldn't play together. Yeah, these are the days when me and my brother were really close. Yeah, I loved it. Unfortunately, later on, that bond kind of drifted away, but that was due to my later choices as an adult. Even though I was this Boy Scout, sports playing kid, it was that allure to, I don't know, that freedom of choice that the street life has, where I can choose for myself, where there are no rules, you make them up as you go. And I fell completely into it. I was living a double life. Here I was, it was this Boy Scout, but at the same time, I was still in the streets. So, and this is the craziness of it, is my life was good.
Oh, 100%.
Really good place in my life at that time. I had just turned 18, and I got 12 years for robbery. So that put a kibosh to all of my little visions of being a street.
12 years for robbery, dude.
I finished my career as a prevention officer. Prevention, man, that is we all work in prevention. In fact,
I remember my dad, right before I took my 12-year deal, I didn't want to take it. My dad told me, he said, son, I've spoken to everybody I can possibly speak to legally that I know. And everybody's told me this is the best possible deal that you can take. And he told me, he said, son, if you take this deal, he said, I'm gonna make you a promise. every month, I don't care where they put you. If they put you on the moon, me and your mom will find a way to come visit you there. And he kept that word to me every month for 10 years straight. My parents didn't miss a month coming to visit me.
Aww.
So I came home to a stable foundation where I was a canvas that was waiting to be painted. So the rest of my life was waiting before me at 29 years old. I met the woman that was gonna become my wife. I met the woman that was gonna have my kids. She was close with my mom and my dad. She lived close to my family. Her family lived close, so we were settled. It was like, this is where home front was gonna be staked and claimed. So I had a good job. I had an incredible woman at home. So 6 months after we met, we became pregnant with our son. So here it is, I got a little guy on the way. She had a 6-year-old daughter that her and I became extremely close, so which became my daughter. It was a good life. So I found myself in a situation where we had made some investments and some major purchases and had a newborn baby. And when we were low on money, Michaela, our daughter, leaned over one night and was like, "Mommy, Daddy, I have no snacks for lunch at school tomorrow." And after just putting the rest of our money in her gas tank, in my gas tank, and I didn't want to ask for help from anybody. I chose to be a prideful young black male living in a predominantly Asian and white neighborhood and do what I always did. I decided that I needed it at that moment and did something I did as a teenager, went out and robbed another store.
Take this serious. This is a whole life changer for y'all. And I'm telling you, when you got that CAL FIRE uniform, that U.S. Force uniform on, you're gonna be on. But what are you gonna do though for it? You can't just stand there and lay there and not do nothing. Still party, still drinking drugs, still doing whatever. You can't do that. You can't. It's a lifestyle, it's this lifestyle change.
You know, you raised in an environment or whatever your whole life and this is all you know. And being able to understand that you is looked at as a public nuisance when you've been incarcerated, right? But now you gotta look and see yourself as a public servant. So it's a real 180. You know, you being a menace to society, now then you actually being a hero, right? And that's where I think the mindset of understanding that you have to change your habits, you gotta actually dig deep inside and evaluate self and say, hey, what am I willing to give up in order for me to get to this ultimate goal?
I think about all the stuff I've been through and I think about where I'm going. Sometimes it's like it's surreal because this is something so new to me and so I'm doing better, but you know, the world ain't doing no better. The streets still the same streets, it's just I'm choosing to walk differently on them. Growing up, I was only child. Lived with my mom and my grandma. You know, we didn't have the best living situation. My mother was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. It happened so fast that, you know, we're thinking that she can get treatment. I was speaking with her, you know, after she was diagnosed. And, you know, shortly after that, within a few days, maybe like a week at the most, she was pronounced brain dead.
Oh my God.
My grandma passed while I was incarcerated, and that just hit me with a double whammy. I was just toe up. And, you know, losing my mom and my father as well, too, you know, I just kind of started to wild out. You know, I felt I was owed for the life that I was living. I didn't feel it was fair. That's one of the things that I regret, you know, that they kind of, you know, left too soon to see me at this point.
I want to give people hope. I want to give people options. When I leave this earth, I want to, you know, be happy and, I'm getting a little emotional. I really want to help people, like, cause when I was a kid, I didn't have a father figure. I met my dad when I was 18 years old. And I thought, you know, if I had somebody that could really guide and direct me, I probably wouldn't even have to take this route. Seeing is believing. That's something I really believe in. And like, if you see somebody, you know, a young black boy, look at me and see me in his uniform, and we talk about the mountains, we talk about the forest, we talk about trees, that'll be something that he can actually like absorb and take. And like, man, I actually like That might be cool. It's something that I can see myself doing because I see somebody that looks like me.
Thank you.
Lanisha was dismissed after 4
I was
months.
devastated because
what?
I really put in a lot of work.
For being tardy too many times.
Devastated because I really put in a lot of work. It's in me to be a firefighter. I just learned my lesson from being absent and late, and I'm just gonna be more consistent and do whatever's necessary to make sure that I stay on course.
Three weeks before graduation.
We're down to less than half of the people we started with, which is unfortunate. But, you know, everyone has their way in life, and I believe that, you know, still through, they'll make their way. This just may not be for them, and they realize that, like we were told, it's never too late to quit. I took that to the heart, and I realized that I don't want to quit, and I'm not going to.
I didn't find myself in a stage of ever wanting to quit and say I'm gonna drop out. But as a firefighter, the job is so hard, it's so rigorous, that there are absolutely times when I'm hiking up a mountain or I'm in the middle of doing something where I've been in it for so long that I ask myself, what in the hell are you doing out here, dude? You don't have to do this. I mean, you don't have to do this job right now. There's plenty of other professions that you know how to do. But it's them, it's my daughter and my son. I put them before me, and I imagine them in that moment, seeing me.
Yo, Tony K Films.
Cheering for me.
What's up, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in.
Like, let's get it.
Playing that Marvel Rivals game. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, we're watching a documentary about, finishing up a documentary about formerly incarcerated individuals. Oh shit, add me. I have it downloaded, but I've never once played a single game. I don't know. Should I? I did not like Overwatch. If I'm being honest, I was never a fan of Overwatch. I don't know. I want to play it because everybody else is playing it. Like, it just is fun to like game with Grimlow and Sean and the crew, you know? I like this one.
Daddy.
So as folks come, let's make sure. I think we're gonna have like we're trying to get organized.
Okay.
It's the first one, okay? It's the first one. Bear with me. All right. Next we have firefighter Fowler.
A couple of my homies are in this program. Oh, no way. Paid pennies. So these are like, yeah. So this is actually about like formerly incarcerated people who are going through a program to like get certification to be able to apply to work at normal fire stations, you know? I don't know why that was held. But yeah, I mean, they all worked as firefighters as inmates as well. And we watched a bunch of videos about the inmate firefighters earlier.
How long do you have to see your kids be successful? Find a track that they can follow. And if the Lord takes me today.
Yo, take care, Peacefire.
I'm good.
Next we have firefighter Marable, James
Yo, Tony, thank you for the sub, man.
We're here, we at graduation, we made it, you know? It's been a long time coming. And absolutely, we went and did that as a crew, as individuals, you know, we did all that together. You know, with the support and help from our family, our loved ones, and you know, our overhead, our chiefs and our captains, we went and made that happen. And I'm just so happy for everybody that's gonna go on this positive trajectory in their life and, you know, change the narrative.
We have provided a platform and opportunity for folks to pursue this career is definitely, you know, we got a lot of work. Look, we got a lot of folks that's gonna be knocking on the door. This is the beginning, knocking on the door. And now that we have a location in Southern California, have a location in Northern California, we can constantly provide those opportunities for folks. So I'm just excited about, you know, our venture together and being able to give the people these avenues.
Yeah, serotonin. That's not. Chad, you guys read this?
I'm late to make my message because character limit, but my sis got 10 years for driving her boyfriend away. Someone got shot. Her boyfriend got 40 years. She got 10. She gets out in March. Paid lawyers thousands of dollars years ago, but she still ended up serving her full. Firefighters Fowler and Marble are now wildland firefighters for the U.S. Forestry Service. Cool. Yeah, chat, by the way, who died? Nobody died. Why are you saying rip? Who died? Wait, what? Did I miss that? Wait, what? Alicia hoped to return to FFRP to continue her firefighter training, but in August 2023, oh my god. Oh my god, that's so sad. So sad. Terrible. Yeah, I didn't read that. I was reading chat. My bad. Okay, chat. I think we're gonna call it there. Thank you for hanging out. I'm probably gonna take tomorrow off, and then we will do movie night. I was thinking we do Godard movie night. We'll do watch like Masculine, Feminine, and then La Chinois. La Chinois. Two very socialist movies about activists, French New Wave. If you guys have never seen a film by Jean-Luc Godard, you should definitely come back. I think you'll enjoy it. It is French, but as usual with my movie nights, I demand primary monitor shit, okay? Demand it. Primary monitor. Let's rate Jacob Johns. Jacob is wait, is he even there? I'm gonna raid a stream that man, you gotta tell him to stay the fuck awake, bro. Oh, well duh, we raid Joan. Joan is over there playing Sekiro. Please go follow and show all the love to Joan Adams. Joan is such a good streamer and just deserves all the flowers. Like seriously, y'all are you're getting it on the ground level here. Joan is the next big thing. Joan is transgerma. I love that. She calls herself that, and I think it's actually very true. Joan rules. Okay?